Good. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, June 12th, 2023 meeting of the Litchfield Board of Selectmen. We've just come out of a paperwork session, and we'd like to start this meeting off with everyone rising, saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah, nice. So we have a review and approval of consent items. We have an AP manifest for May 30th, 2023 in the amount of $465,000, $173.53. I know I said that wrong. June 6th, 2023, $193,267.38. And June 13th for $92,978.46. We have a payroll manifest of June 1st in the amount of $51,439.65. Of June 8th in the amount of $60,451.63. And June 15th in the amount of $55,752.33. We have a purchase order for TDD Earth Technologies in the amount of $30,000. Recommendation to the state of New Hampshire for Doug Nickel as fire warden. May 2023 town clerk reconciliation. And ACH approval July through December of 2023 payments to the Litchfield School District. Any requests for additional items or other business?
Yes.
Yep.
For the consent, right?
Yep.
Okay. I will make a motion to add to the approval of consent items pursuant to RSA 466:14, the warrant to issue civil forfeiture for each unlicensed dog within the town of Litchfield. Don't kill the messenger.
I will second that.
We have a motion by Ms. Queen and a second from Mr. Gann. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 4-0-0. I should point out that Steve Weber cannot make it tonight. He has an academic awards for his son at the middle school. So, family first, always. All right. Public input will appear no earlier than 6:45 p.m. All right, under business, we can go on to that. We have the recognition of a full-time firefighter paramedic, Paul Kelly, to full-time captain. Chief Nickel, would you stand forward, along with Mr. Kelly? All right. Need to stand? You would like me to do the honors?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I just have one quick thing to read. If you
Absolutely.
mind. So I'm pleased to announce the promotion of firefighter paramedic Paul M. Kelly to the rank of captain. A member of the department for the past 7 years, Paul served as a duty officer in the absence of myself when I was deputy during the work week. Paul has 22 years experience in the fire service and over 30 years experience as a paramedic. He has an ability to lead and a passion for his job, which will serve him well in his new role. In addition to his duties with Litchfield Fire Rescue over the past 6 years, Paul has served as president of the Litchfield Firefighters Association and coordinates and participates numerous events throughout the year for the Litchfield community. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kelly.
This is just the beginning. Yep. To Paul Kelly of Litchfield, New Hampshire, in the county of Hillsborough. Whereas there is a vacancy as fire captain in the town of Litchfield, and whereas we, the subscribers, have confidence in your ability and integrity to perform the duties of said office, we do hereby appoint you, said Paul Kelly of Litchfield, New Hampshire, and upon your taking the oath of office and having this appointment and the certificate of said oath of office recorded by the town clerk, you shall have the powers, perform the duties, and be subject to the liabilities of such office given under our hands this 12th day of June, 2023, Litchfield Board of Selectmen. All right. You raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Paul Kelly,
I, Paul Kelly,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
will faithfully and impartially discharge
and perform all the duties incumbent on me
and perform all the duties incumbent on me
as fire captain
as fire captain,
according to the best of my abilities,
as according to the best of my abilities,
agreeably to the rules and the regulations
agreeably to the rules and regulations
of the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire.
of the Constitution and the laws of the state of New Hampshire.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Hi, Hannah.
Hannah, don't be afraid if it goes too deep.
There you go. Nice. Congratulations. Come on.
I'll be next. You're welcome, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Welcome.
Congratulations, well deserved.
Yes.
Congratulations, Captain Kelly.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Yep, did you bring cookies?
Next to you, you're more than welcome.
Those are yesterday's. Okay.
I prefer the ice cream.
Anybody wants to come over to the fire station, want some refreshments next door?
Wonderful.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
I'm out.
Going.
Thanks for letting them play with us. And Paul, what? Yeah, we're gonna do that,
Later?
yeah, we already did that.
I don't know if we took a vote.
Well, we'll go back to it.
We didn't have a roll call, we didn't.
Oh, no, we didn't do roll call.
All right, housekeeping duty.
Wait,
In my zest to appoint Paul Kelly, we forgot to approve the consent items. So we'll entertain a motion for the approval and acceptance of the consent items.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Gannon?
I'll second.
We have a second from Ms. Cooney. All those in
yes.
favor? Say aye.
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 All those opposed? That motion carries 4-0-0. My apologies, Kim. All right. Next up, approval of the May 22nd, 2023 minutes. Everybody have a chance to look at them? Any, oh, yep, there you go.
I have two items,
Kim, you didn't see anything this time, did you?
very short.
Okay.
I'm just trying to call them up, if, give me
Yep.
1 second here. Let me go back to the portal
Never
here.
seems to forget anything.
Let me just pull them up here. Are they here?
That's
There
taking
they are.
notes.
Matt, hi, they're small. All right, so page 2, right before, they mention you, where, right before it says Chairman Leary opened the hearing for discussion. The last sentence above that says Dr. Queenan mentioned that the intention of the policy and pointed out the property is owned by the residents of the town and not by one person. If you could just replace that, and that it's not owned by one person, with that to replace it with, that no one person should benefit financially from a finding on town land or keep it for their personal collection.
Okay.
And then there was a small change on page 3, third sentence, or third group down, page 3. Last sentence says, as I noted, that the Historic Society is a private organization, whereas the Heritage Commission is a town group with televised meetings. Could you just replace that the Heritage Commission is a town board with public televised meetings?
We'll entertain a motion for acceptance with the made changes.
I will make that motion.
We have a motion from Mr.
I'll
Gannon.
second it.
A second from Mr. Lynch. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 4-0-0. All right, next up, we have the beautification of the old fire station. And the
Should
beautification
we
committee.
need to
Mr.
accept
Brennan.
them? Oh, never mind.
What's that?
Never mind, keep going.
Did I miss something?
No. I was. Good. Good.
It's too contemporary. Did I get one? I already saw it. Over here.
I've seen,
I did too.
seen them multiple times.
Okay.
Good.
Floor is yours.
Jason Brennan, 23 Aldrich Street. I'm coming here tonight for a proposal to pretty up the old fire station. I think, as you know, over the past 5 years or so, there's a group of volunteers in town that have been executing some beautification projects, including, the river access, Moore's Falls, completely revamped Old Town Hall, cleaned up the muster field, the sign at Hillcrest, and putting all those granite posts in, and the sign at 3A. And I think next thing that we were looking at doing is revamping the old fire station. So what I provided here is just a picture, and it's on your computer screens as well, of what we're thinking of doing. And that includes basically re-siding the front of the old fire station, removing the existing siding, putting on new siding, and then also potentially putting vertical siding, so people in the audience there, putting vertical siding up and down, yep, where the doors are, and then just doing an overall refresh on the front of the building. If you look in the meeting notes right there on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what we're proposing to do is to do all the siding up at the top, and we'll take care of that as far as financially. We've got somebody in town that does siding for a living, and they've given us a cost to do that, and we'll take care of that. But what we're also looking to do is use some of the beautification funds, which we put in a petition warrant article about 5 years ago. We've never used any of those. So we've been able to do everything through donations by very generous people in town and through money that's raised from that, peddling that little calendar around town. So none of that money has ever been used. So I think that it might be a good idea to use some of that to support this, and that would involve putting that vertical siding up. And that involves actually putting some strapping on the building, because it's cement.
Yep.
And so we'd have to put some strapping. I think the price came in at about $2,400, and we have $2,500. I'm assuming it's still all there, because I don't think it's ever been touched. And so that's what we were looking to do.
Okay. Find someone to remove the antennas.
Excuse me?
It says number 6, find someone to remove the antennas.
The eyesores on the roof. The eyesores on the roof called the antennas on the backside.
Oh, yeah. Bonus, find some, I think John Brunel is actually working on that.
Do you need one, John?
Yeah.
What's that?
You need an antenna somewhere else?
No, I want to take it down. It's
I know.
part of the plan, it's just not been in the budget.
Yeah.
What you see there in the text is actually just random thoughts that I think I sent to Kim, and they ended up getting posted there verbatim, so. That would not be included within this, what we're proposing to do here.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan of vertical siding, especially when you got the character going horizontal in the whole area. Okay? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, we'll match the area. The town hall, the church, and the building down, and the building right there, it all matches the same architecture.
Whatever you guys want to do is fine with me. I will say I did run this through the Historic Society, and that's the one that they chose, so that's
is?
what I'm
Yeah, no
coming with.
comment on that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
But
please
so I
do.
want to wait till Kevin's all set.
You good?
Yeah, I said my point. If I
And you
win or
did.
lose,
We
it's
thank you
either-
for that, right? We appreciated you coming by. We like the designs, for sure. So we, when you showed up, we kind of thought it might have been a done deal. We weren't really sure what was happening. And we just figured you were doing your research, and that was good. And you did. You came up with like 6 prototypes, right? And we all had a difference of opinion, but I think we settled on 1 or 2. All right, so after we thought about it, it really is on the New Hampshire State Register, which is fine, and the town owns it, and they can do what they want with it, and that's true. So whatever is decided is fine. After going back and talking with them, and feel free to go back and check with them, they did like the vinyl across the top, because they pulled off the old Litchfield Fire Station sign and put it on the building. And they know it's damaged, so they do like that. They like the red doors, which is on your picture. They like the green shutters on the top, or black, whatever you decide. They're okay with that. They weren't too keen on the vinyl siding on the bottom. I think they thought white paint over concrete or stucco or whatever it is now. I don't even know what it is right now. They were concerned about the rickety stairs. I'm throwing that in. It's a town building. The staircase on the side might be getting a little. So that's, they thought maybe the landscape might need a little help also. So they thought it looked good, but thought maybe the red doors because it was a firehouse.
Yeah, I thought that too.
But they said it would be up to you whether you wanted the green shutters or the black. They didn't,
I think that's a great idea to match the,
The three buildings.
yeah, because the church is gonna paint their doors the same color.
Yep.
so it's all that
The
green.
church, yeah.
Yep.
So that would keep everything pretty uniform. So I do really like that.
I think the only thing they changed was the vinyl around the
Around the
base.
doors, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what these lanterns are, but that's whatever. That looks nice, you know. They didn't really come back and say about the window on the bottom, but if you want to talk, you know, with them, that didn't have shutters originally. The original doesn't have shutters, right? Again, it's just
No.
how do you want to keep it, but it looks good with what you
You
had.
matching the top and
So I
the
think they're
bottom.
mostly with what
I
you
like that
came
setup
up
right
with.
there. I do.
It's just the vinyl on the bottom, they weren't
Yeah.
too, they were trying to keep it why it was approved, you know, from the historic point of view.
Why?
I guess that's been there since the build, since it was built.
I don't know, Kevin, you helped build it?
They added stuff.
We're going back to the 63 and 62 era.
Yeah.
They did the stucco back there over the cement block. It's lasted for years.
Yeah.
It hasn't peeled off or anything like that. And you can nail through that or screw something through that, like you had mentioned, where you can do this siding or this way.
Mhm.
And it'll still hold well. It'll be weather tight still. Okay, I'm a fan of horizontal. I've seen the new contemporary vertical siding, vinyl. Maybe I'm old school. That's my feeling. I was thinking, trying to match what was there, all three buildings in that one cluster. You're gonna have to put a corner board on the north and south side of it, no matter what, okay?
So does that-
And this won't be touching the back side of the building, just the front.
Just the.
Just the front.
Address it.
Right.
And then removing the stairs, I agree, it's an eyesore, but we'll have to talk with the building inspector to see if it's a requirement. But now that's no,
You need a second egress, I think.
but if
Put a
it's
pole.
no longer being used as,
Storage up there, right?
yeah, it's storage now,
think
it's
so.
no longer a meeting
I
place.
think everybody's using
Be
it.
removed?
Right now, the stairs are put there, once the addition went on in the back,
Mhm.
because there's more people upstairs for different meetings. Prior to that, it was just a pool table.
Yep.
And that was it. But, in this case here.
The reason for it.
The upstairs is not being used for anything but dead storage.
Oh, Boy Scouts use it, I think.
If the Boy Scouts are up there,
Yeah.
you need the second means of egress,
Okay.
okay?
Maybe we look at them and have Jeff and maybe even Kevin go over and look and make sure the stairs are sturdy. But let's worry
I'll
about
look
what
at it.
Jason's
Yep.
presenting us here, for now. I'd say work that out, the details of the lower half of the building with the Historical Society. But I
Okay.
like the plan.
Yeah,
They
I got no
like it.
problem with the plan.
I don't remember where they're gonna put the plaque, if it's on the right-hand side or the center.
I think it should be on, yeah.
I don't remember where, but they'll let you know on that. But they liked it. It was just, it wasn't the vinyl on the bottom that was the
Yep.
only issue. They
So
said, can you
what
paint
was,
it?
what was the deal with the vinyl on the bottom?
They don't like it.
They wanted to keep it more original of why it was approved to be on the historical register of the state.
The stucco on the.
That's why
stucco
the
is
state
not gonna-
approved it, because it was that way.
But
But again, the town owns it.
we
You
can
can do
do
whatever
it.
you want.
I'm not an architect. If there's somebody in town that is an architect, that is good at building facades and things like that, might be good just to take a quick look at it. Drew this up pretty quickly, looked at probably 100 different barn designs and fire station designs as part of this. Put this together, put out 5 or 6 different prototypes for folks.
Okay.
That's what the Historic Commission chose at the time,
Because we
so.
thought that the decision was already made, and it was gonna happen. So that's what happened. Then when we realized, wait a minute,
Wait a second.
did.
I provided them with 6 different.
we did, but we thought the decision was made, that you were just asking for our input of what you wanted done.
Oh, no.
That's what we thought. And then when we said, wait a minute, it's not true, so we called the state and said, what do you prefer? It was on the register, it said, it's your building, you can do what you want,
Okay.
so. Oh, sorry, yeah. Hi. She's raising her hand.
Just to the, speaking to the finances of it. So when the original warrant article was written, it was placed into an expendable trust, which is solely at the discretion of the Board of Selectmen. What you do need to know is that the only way to put money into an expendable trust is through a warrant article. So once you expend these funds,
That's it.
it'll be down to zero. And facing another warrant article, that's where it will remain. We then have the dilemma of the invoicing because this project is more than what is in the trust. So
It could get, well,
we can't take the beautification's money and put it into this trust. It can only be done through warrant, not an expendable trust. I'll get more into more of this. A lot of things developed after Ms. Brand and I looked into this, and former Administrator Brown did mention right on the stage when the warrant article was being presented that this was not a fund that could accept donations. So I went back and watched the original town meeting. So we'd have, I'm just saying, we'd have some issues to deal with how the billing and how this
I don't think
would go.
it might be a moot point, because if they don't want to do the bottom half, that's what I was going to use those funds for.
That's correct.
We'll just take care of the top half. If we happen to do the bottom half, I don't think it's a big deal. I just get a bill for the top half, get a bill for the bottom half, and we're good.
That'll work.
So for my clarification, he can use calendar money, right? You just can't replenish the fund. Can he use his calendar? You raise a lot of money with
The
your
money that
calendar
they have,
donations,
not
right?
the expendable trust.
Is he allowed to use calendar
It
money?
would be a
on that?
donation.
I'm gonna go more into
a
it now
donation.
because I think you need to have all the information. So this is what's called Litchfield's permanent file. Your permanent file is kept on file with the DRA, the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. The town, you as a board, all the boards and commissions, are only allowed to do what is showing in your permanent file as passed by state statute. When we started looking into the beautification fund and it being an expendable trust, we looked at the permanent file. And on Litchfield's permanent file, it does not say that we passed the statute to accept private donations. Which at this point, because beautification isn't an official town committee, it would be a private donation. So we started researching more. And we found at least two, and there may be more, but it's a lot of research looking through old town meetings. We've found at least two where we are arguing that there has been motion to pass at town meeting. One in 1984 and one in 1985. So I have submitted these to the Department of Revenue to see if they will consider this as enough evidence to mark that so that we could accept private donations. The only statute that they have us marked down for as accepting is donations of things. Donations of cash is its own statute. So if they don't consider the two items that we found in 84 and 95, then my suggestion would be that we put it on town meeting coming up.
To clarify it.
Because most towns have accepted this statute that the town can accept cash donations. I just think it's either something that the DRA missed during one of these town meetings when we submitted the warrant, or they're not considering this language of these two warrants sufficient. So I'm waiting to hear back. So at this precise, for a long story short, you could do two things. You could have the beautification committee pay for a town building, work to a town building. I'm not.
Yep.
It's
that's what we're planning.
messier. It really is messy. I would prefer, and I think legally it's better, if we get confirmation from the DRA that we can accept because it's a town building.
How about if we have the work done and accept the work being done, and then how it gets paid for
As a gift, accept
as a
the
gift?
work as a gift?
Yes.
This happens all the time in town. I mean, this town is built on volunteers.
Yes.
You look around, you drive up and down 3A, volunteer, 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 volunteer. This kind of, I mean, I don't want to go through a lot of red tape to do this. I'll just like, go do something else, you know? So if we have to go that route, that's cool, but
I think if it's a volunteer, we go to donate it, it's not a cash type thing, it's just the work and material.
If it's a donation of the
Yeah.
And that's
materials-
Of the
fine.
materials?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
materials, can we
Yeah, I think
And
we
that's
could go
what's been
that
happening
way.
all
go
along.
that route?
yeah, I mean,
That makes it easier, I
you
think.
did the old town hall. You know, you painted the old town hall. You did work on that building as a volunteer. And we all do work on all these buildings as volunteers. Steve's crawled underneath, and so have you, underneath
Yep.
Dara to fix things up.
Yep, that is true. So, yeah, I think that's the way to do it, would be to take it as a donation of materials and labor, rather than any kind of cash.
Right.
And in the
Okay.
meantime, I would still do
We
the
are.
research
Follow up with that one there.
for future endeavors.
Yep.
Yes, and so the New Hampshire Department of Revenue has given these permanent files to all of us municipalities just for this reason, because there are towns that are realizing they passed statutes that aren't in our record. And going forward, the town will only be able to do things that are in your permanent file, or the DRA will reject it.
Welcome to the state stuff.
So, Mr. Chair, what I'll do, just to kind of let's keep going on this, I'll talk with the Historic Commission again. We'll get a consensus on the choices. I'll come back to you, get the green light. At that point in time, we'll know if we have to use some of the town beautification funds or not. And then hopefully it'll be like a 5-minute conversation.
I concur.
Cool.
Very good.
Now,
Thank
can
you,
we,
And in the meantime.
alternatively, can we use the beautification funds to do the work, and then anything other would be
Gifts.
donated?
You mean, if it turns out that the work is only
In that,
the
in
amount
that
of the
ballpark, yeah.
beautification? Absolutely, that's at the
What's in-
board's
Probably easier.
purview.
How much is in that fund?
2,500.
2,500. 2,514, it's like,
Oh.
something.
And you think that'll cover the?
Interest.
It's written in the notes.
23
it's
for upper?
2,300 for the top part.
Yep.
And 2,500 for the bottom part, including the work that needs to be done on the strapping.
With the 23 to replace the upper, did that include painting and the
Nope.
edging? No, okay.
No.
So it would
Vinyl.
be,
You and I would do that.
Shutters in the doors?
I could only reach maybe to the window, the bottom
You can paint the
window.
lower 3 feet.
The lower 3
I know
feet.
somebody who has a lift.
So it's safe to say that it would easily exceed the $2,500.
If you do the bottom. Okay.
Well, no, for the top.
The top,
So if he,
23 on the top.
the 2,300 for the top is just to do the siding, it's not to paint the windows, it's not to paint the edging, it's not to put up gutters,
Shutters
shutters.
right now.
The shutters are on there now. They just need to be repainted, right?
Are they wood or plastic?
I'll make it easy for you. I will donate the painting of the shutters and the windows.
How about that top edge, and it's very high?
Yep.
I don't do well with ladders.
All right. Fair enough.
You got a good painter?
Get with the
Give
historical,
me as a question.
get their approval, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Get their input and their, you know, their thumbs up,
That's it.
and then come back to us and,
Yeah, I just have a
yep.
question for my own understanding, because you're doing such wonderful work for the town. I see, you can't drive through town and not see it. And you are doing great selling all the calendars, and hopefully it's making good money. So,
2,000, like, we sell about 200 calendars.
Yeah.
We make $10 a piece on them,
okay.
$2,000.
Nice.
So I just want to make sure in the future he's okay. He's doing all this work to raise money. But most beautification projects on town stuff that he has to worry about this report you just found?
I don't believe most of the projects
for
have
cash,
gone
right?
through this, yeah.
No, they haven't, but I'm saying, you know, I want him to be all right in the future after doing all this work, right? So that's where we're going to find the answer to that, because
Yes.
what's the point of raising the money if he can't use it unless we get some warrant articles going?
I think it only becomes an issue if the project is higher than that, you're looking to couple the
Funds.
private money with the town money.
Yep.
That's what raised
Yeah.
the issue.
But he's done a lot of work already, and I think it's been on town
Yeah.
land, so that. I
Not
just
just
wanna make
me.
sure. No, that's what I meant to make
There's
sure
been
he's all right.
hundreds of thousands
So
of
we need to
dollars
put
worth of
procedure in place.
donated
Hours, yeah.
services in this community.
Yep, That's
in
why
the
we need a
past 5
procedure in
years.
place.
All right. Very good. So you know what you have to do.
Prior to that
Yep,
was-
I know what I have to do, and I'm on, next on the agenda.
And Kim's gonna research the other part of it. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Very good there? All right. Moving forward. We have a gentleman named Jason Brennan.
Yep.
Permission to apply for a conservation grant.
Jason Brennan, putting on the Conservation Commission chair hat. We're looking to submit 2 grants that will support the potential purchase of a piece of property that we have previously discussed that can't be disclosed under per RSA 91A:3D. And the 2 grants that we're looking to pursue are, number 1, the LCHIP grant, which stands for Land and Community Heritage Investment Program, and the second grant being the Drinking Water Source Water Grant Program. The subject piece of property happens to be in an area that is a drinking water source water protection area, so it falls into a certain bucket where grant funds are available. And in addition to that, the LCHIP grant also covers purchase of conservation properties. We submitted the application for the LCHIP grant, or we submitted a pre-application for the LCHIP grant, and we were able to cross the first hurdle. They said, good, you're good to go to submit the final application. I got a phone call from the guy from the state and said, hey, the property that you're looking at also happens to be in this watershed protection area. There's another pot of money over here. I suggest that you try to go after a little bit of money from our grant program and a little bit of money from their grant program, because we might not be able to, there's so much demand for the grant that they only have $3 million and they have like 28 towns that are going for it. So we would like permission from you to go for those 2 grants.
Questions, comments?
Any downside to doing it?
I don't think it is. I think,
No, just the dollar amounts for the motion, or we'd need to know
Yeah.
a max dollar amount.
The max dollar amount on both grants, the max dollar amount possible to get on both grants is $500,000 apiece. We most likely will go in for somewhere in the vicinity of
250.
hopefully $500,000 total between the 2, like $250
Right.
each.
Yep.
The grant administrator told me that they're flexible in that if we go for the maximum amount right now, by the time they start making decisions in October, you can actually pull back a little bit on it if things change. You can even pull out of the whole grant program if you want to.
I make a motion, we go for it.
what's your motion?
Go for a $500,000 grant. 250,
2 grants.
2 grants, total is 500,000.
Let's clean it up a little.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Chairman Jason Brennan to apply for the LCHIP grant, as well as the Drinking Water Source Water Protection Grant for 250 each or 500 each?
Say 500 each.
For a total of $500,000 each, for a total of $1 million.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Gannon. I'll second it.
So let him do it.
Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 400. Should we go with that?
After I submit the grant, I'll provide you a copy. We'll figure out what the actual dollar amount is. The maximum would be $500,000 each. It'll probably be $250 each.
When do the grants usually get released, do you know? How long of a process is this?
We have to submit the grant. It's gonna take probably 50 hours to write this thing. It's due in 10 days. So we're gonna write that within 10 days. The next grant for the source water protection is due in July. They make decisions by October.
Wow, okay.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Next up, we have a proposed Veterans Park. We have some members of the Litchfield Veterans Group here. Come on up.
Bobby, the other one was taken up, right?
Yeah, the 4th of July parade was taken off.
Yes.
Bobby Jacques, 18 Lockmill Drive.
Alan Cloudman, 40 Old Stage Road, Litchfield.
Steve O'Neill, 17 Lockmill Drive.
Hi, gentlemen. What do you got?
So what we propose is right out the doorway, we'd like to go ahead and propose that we, right there, we have Jerry Sorensen is our architect. He is a certified architect in New Hampshire and Massachusetts and a veteran. And he's going to have all the paperwork to you this week, like we had talked to him, and so we'll have it ready for the planning board. We came back here maybe about 18 months ago, and said that as we went forward, as we started to do all these other projects, our last project that we wanted to do right now would be to go ahead and name a Veterans Park. So we've reached out. We've got a provider to go ahead, and also we're going to try to do 6 granite benches, which will be 6 foot, all with all the services logos on there. It's a 20 by 40 structure, and we want to get this completely done before November 9th. We'd like to dedicate it if that goes forward. However, as I talked to Kemi, she said that we might have to come to see you all after we go to the planning board, because there's a thing that you'd have to go ahead and have an open forum for naming rights of a town property called Veterans Park. So, and here's where we are right now. So we feel that this structure would be something that'll be one of a kind in the state. It costs a lot of money, but no cost to the town. We raised all the funds ourselves, and we want to give that back. We feel that the veterans, the town has been good to the veterans. So we went from 300 4 years ago to 750. We had COVID in between everything else, but they got about almost 80% of the vote, and we feel it's only fitting that we all gave some gave all, but we want to give back to the town because we love this town. There's 374 veterans in this town, and we got about 45 to 50, maybe 60 active, but and we just had a great second golf tournament. So we're raising all our crazy money from selling raffle tickets at the recycle center to doing the golf tournament and going forward. So these are some of our best guys here. So you can ask them any questions you want.
I think it's important to note that, as you stated, that this money for this project has been already raised from you folks, and that it is going to be a gift to the town. And so we're talking about naming it Veterans Park. Does that have any weight, carry any weight? Okay, because it is a gift. It's not we're giving it to the veterans. It's just Veterans Park. That's
Not a problem.
Gift.
Yep.
Great question. So after I spoke, I did some research and contacted legal counsel. The town doesn't have an official naming statute or policy that it has followed. Most do, for a number of reasons. Generally, you want to set the bar very high when you are talking about naming a town facility or town land after an individual or an organization. Of course, the Veterans is pretty high up there. That's just my opinion. But, so that's why further down in your agenda, you're going to see the naming policy. We recommend that you accept something. And when I spoke with the veterans, I wanted to let them know that part of our recommendation to you is that you hold a public hearing. And we saw in policy after policy after policy with many towns that that's written into their naming policy, because the people of Litchfield should have a right to come and voice their opinion on a name that's being given to land that, quite frankly, they all own. Having said that if you adopt the policy, then the policy would have the public hearing that they spoke about.
Can we do that at our next meeting? Can that be the public hearing?
You'd have to, so it's a little, your next meeting, because of the way that we set public policy, you'd have to agree that the policy looks good to you. We'd hold a public meeting, public hearing on the policy, right?
Yep.
Pass the policy, then hold a public hearing on the naming.
Yep.
I wouldn't recommend doing both in the same public hearing. I would have two separate public hearings, one on the policy on how you're going to name it, the next on the name.
Same
Knowing
day.
that time is of the
I
essence
know.
to these folks in
I
getting this done.
don't think
if they want to.
that the naming of it is going to stop us, because you can still go to planning and there's things that we can still get into the works. I've already shared these drawings with the building inspector, who was very happy to see that it's very engineered. So this type of project, it makes it a lot easier with him going through the permitting process.
Yep.
I've spoken with the road agent, and I think that we feel good about the project and about maintaining the space, in whatever way the veterans need assistance in doing so. And I've spoken, with the town clerk. We're here in any way that we can help work with you to develop a policy for using the park, to, work these things through. We can do all that. I think we're only talking, I can schedule a public hearing for your next meeting on the policy.
Good.
Pass it right there.
But
The
then,
next week, the next meeting, we schedule a public hearing for the naming.
But can I say, but
quick.
it's gonna be a gift to the town.
Yep.
So as far as,
the town thing.
how you wanna go ahead and go forward on who can go and who can't go, I think that should be, I talked with Kevin, and he's Mr. DPW, the coach of the year. I think, he wanted to maintain that as far as coming under his umbrella, and, we just wanna make sure that we can do the right thing by giving it to the town, and our goal is to go ahead on, maybe the 10th of November, maybe the holidays, a Friday for Veterans Day, maybe the 9th, and we'd like to kind of like have a ribbon cutting thing and have a thing where we invite people to come and give it to you and say, here, this is for everybody's use in this town. And it's gonna be a steel structure too. It's not gonna blow away. It's gonna be a beautiful 20 by 40 structure with,
Now, would the land be, obviously, you're gonna have to do something, because I think that area is kind of a little bit of a slope, right? A little wet spot.
I think Jerry's, our architect, has already been working all that. And he's gone through that, and we've had Mapper come out and check all the stuff out around the area, so we've been doing this for like the last year or so, trying to go forward as we got into different phases, and I think they're about there, and we're pretty flexible, and I think we can, probably a resilient group that they'll come to whatever we need to do to get there,
Drainage is gonna have to go around the Hillcrest Road back down to get over the crossroad and into that detention, because there's nothing up there that's flat.
Yeah.
Okay, that's general policy. I have a question, though. It's a donation to the town. So, it's a town building, which is what it's gonna be. They're gonna build it. okay, on town land as a veterans thing. That's what it's dedicated for. Planning board process to me is not necessary because one, it's a government, okay?
They're doing it as a courtesy.
You're just doing it as a courtesy.
We,
Okay, I'm just
Kim-
saying.
They agree.
about
Yeah,
about 9 months ago, maybe a year ago, Kim said, when we came here and we presented this, her recommendation was to go forward to the planning board and give them a look-see, and that's why we're gonna get the paperwork to Kim so she can make the copies for the planning board, and they can see it, and we'll go back there on the 20th and ask for mea culpa. Maybe they'll go ahead forward, and we come back to you, I think on the 24th, I think that's what it was, and say, okay, we've gone here, I think everything's okay, or I guess she'll tell, and then we'll come back here and say, okay, what's the next step?
Because normally, my experience with this
Yeah.
is that if it's a
Agreed.
school or something like that, we never went to the board. Okay? We just did it.
It was
Okay.
she did recommend that we don't have to go to the planning
Okay,
board.
good.
I did talk with Kim and
Yep,
said
thank
that, I talked to the other Kim, first Kim, Dr. Kim, and she said, go there first, then come back, see us, right?
You're doing everything right. So.
Yes, and to that point, so, you know, Terry has always, handled, the town clerk's office has always handled the scheduling of the gazebo and things like that. So we feel that we can create a process, where this structure can be handled here and take reservations and how, people want to use it. We want to work a little bit on parking and where parking will be and won't be. So, we'll work with the building inspector, and the road agent on that. But, so, I mean, there's some things to do, but they can all be in the works to reach their goal.
Okay.
I'm for it.
We're excited.
Can we raise chickens in it too? Never.
No,
Planning board, and then our next meeting, we'll go at the policy.
Done?
I appreciate everybody's
Then we'll-
support. We really do. We just feel that, I think it's a great opportunity for us to say thank you. I mean, like Jason does a lot of great stuff here. We do, everybody does, like you said, volunteers are out there. And I know that I've already got 3 phone calls. The flag came down at the recycle center, so people noticed when things fall down. But we had to order the brackets. The brackets were special brackets. We finally got them in today. And then when someone hits a telephone pole in 3A,
Yep.
they give us the flag, but they don't give us the bracket back. Costs $30 for the bracket, so.
Oh, they're taking it home.
I don't know, but we ain't got it, so we're gonna put one up. I got that phone call too, so it's all good. I mean, it's all good, so people.
You guys are doing good work.
I appreciate it.
we're very
Appreciate it.
excited.
And I really appreciate working with Kim. She really has been, I said it was only spent a couple hours to see her. I think I spent 6 hours last week over there, so it's all been good, so, thank you.
I just have a question.
Yep.
For those at home, because we just saw something about Jason with donations.
Yep.
Can you explain why this one is acceptable for the
It's not
public?
cash.
It's not cash. They're not,
Okay,
they're
I just
paying
want
for the
them to
structure.
understand.
Yeah, so this is a gift of an actual item
But
versus gift of cash.
we've raised all the funds over time, for the golf tournaments and all the other things we've done, so.
I just wanted
There's no
clarification.
cash coming to the town from the veterans.
That's the difference.
The building is.
Yeah, the facility is, everything be done, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you at the planning board.
That leads you right into the next.
You gotta get it to anybody from the public?
Proposed policy, naming of town facility or town land. Ms. Greenan, Ms. Kleiner.
Too many Kims, huh?
You got 2 Steves and 2 Kims.
I like the Dr. Kim.
Kim K and Kim Q. Facilities.
So, speaking just off of your last item.
Yep.
This is a policy, and I guess, your former town administrators, both of them had done a little bit of work on this policy. So we reached out, did some research on other policies. It is by statute, the discretion of the governing body of the town, which is the Board of Selectmen. Like I said, we do clearly recommend having the public hearing. there has been some difference here in Litchfield with recreational land. So I just want to point that out. I'm not sure if that is something the board wants to dictate to recreation, but the board would need to do that. And still, there should be a public hearing.
Yep.
Yeah, I think with the difference with recreation is they have not had public hearings, but we do typically vote on it, we make it a motion, it sits at least 2 or 3 meetings, right, Peter? And then we do come before the Board of Selectmen to get final approval. So the difference would be is we don't have a true proposed meeting where people have the ability, but that's minor.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that when they named the soccer fields Scott Ennis, after Scott Ennis, I think that went on a warrant, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I remembered reading that on a warrant years ago.
I'm not too sure.
I don't recall myself.
There are in some towns situations where it does.
I'm showing my age.
Yeah.
I'm doing
I don't
that
know
just
if I
by
lived here
running this
then.
meeting.
I know.
Just take the boat ramp.
So this policy recommends having a committee.
Yep.
A 3-member committee that does the research, right? This isn't the committee the committee is still recommending or not recommending to the Board of Selectmen to move forward.
Okay.
The member of the Board of Selectmen, 1 town resident, and a member of the site facility. So if it was recreation, it'd be a member of recreation. If it was conservation, it'd be a member of conservation. Have those 3 individuals do the research. Does it live up to, like I said, you want to set your bar very high when you're naming town land.
Yep.
There are many people throughout Litchfield that have done great work. We don't have enough town land to name after all of them. So if you had the 3-member committee, they did the research, they came back to you with a recommendation, you held the public hearing, and the board passed it, or did not pass it, whichever the case would be. We do think it should be a written request, and there should be documentation provided as to the individual, the history of the individual, the contributions that they've done, just so that we have information to put out, because many of your residents might not know the individual or the group that you're naming a facility about. And that's standard in most towns. And then, as far as individuals, most towns shy from naming town land after individuals. And in that case, you can, the Board of Selectmen can push it to town warrant. But, it's hard, and we give a number of things that, criteria which we recommend that they would meet.
So you're suggesting that if, for example, we just renamed Corning Fields to Schaefer Park, Schaefer Memorial Fields or Schaefer Park, we'd have to go to a town warrant to get that done?
I'm saying if the board was uncomfortable,
Okay,
right?
okay,
And
okay,
if you
right.
couldn't reach consensus,
Okay,
that is
gotcha.
a way that it could happen.
Okay,
You can
understood.
always do that.
Question, that's all right? I liked it, I read it, and I don't know if I missed anything. I understand we're all professionals here on the board, whoever's gonna do it. What if a family member does not want the name to be used and another family member does? I mean, how do we resolve any of that? I mean,
Let the three
some people
persons-
want to be anonymous, they don't want their name out there, even though the town may want it. They may not want it. So I don't know if it's immediate family or what happens there. That might have to be looked at.
I think you let the 3-person committee work that out between the family members, where it's,
You got it.
number one, it's not done in a very public session, because family's personal.
You shouldn't be here until it's already solved between the family matters.
Right, and maybe the
You need a family
three-person,
sign-off also, I don't know.
No, they don't care.
You don't need one?
No.
What if a family member doesn't want it?
Then that's gonna be their problem. If you-
I don't
but
find
the
that
two-
to be, that's nice, I don't
Just
like
out of
that.
respect, I'm sure we, renamed the field, we renamed Bissett Field, we engaged the family and
I hope so.
discussed
That's
first.
what I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
want to
there
make
was-
sure. I'm sure it's implied, but again,
Right.
if you hit that situation where they're a humble person, they don't want it.
So far, they've all been very honored by having their name.
Yeah, I
And it
just
may
want,
be-
But I do understand your point.
yeah, it may be the committee says, I'm sorry, we can't pass it forward with a member of the family
but it's not said anywhere.
in opposition. It's not said. You could include it in the policy that all family members must.
Well, I don't feel like I all to agree either.
Yeah, I
But I'm
mean,
just saying,
families
what
are
if
different, yeah.
spouse would know whether they want
Sensitive.
that, right?
That's the
Yeah.
word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm
Because
sorry.
taking somebody's
That's 2 out
identity
of
when
3
they,
wins.
well, they're not here to defend it, I guess.
Do we get into family disputes? That's a private matter.
Maybe, well, you said they have to have written consent to come to you anyway, right? Isn't that what the policy just said? They had to come to the committee with a written,
Yep.
written,
Yes,
Approval.
and they, right, and
maybe look at that letter, maybe look at the application or whatever you're coming up with. You can do that vetting before it gets here, right?
Yes,
On
yeah,
the
yeah,
application.
right, so.
And I don't know what
That'd
that
be up
means
to them.
legally, but at least,
Right, and they would have to submit a written request in reflecting on all of these items, which is pretty significant. So hopefully within that, some of this, but at the public hearing, yeah, more can come out.
let's look at just look at the application as something, yeah. Just something, yeah.
So this we will be addressing in our next meeting, which will be a public hearing, right? Okay. Okay. So it gives us a chance to go over it further, and if there's any other questions we have, we can address that.
I think, this is now written, but it's pretty much the way things have worked anyways, is
I
everybody
liked it, I just didn't
communicates,
see it.
discusses it, but yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the policy, it looked good, but again, some people are humble.
Yep.
You know your spouse more than somebody, maybe they would not want a bridge named after them. They would not want that, that kind of thing.
Yep.
But again, if you get into children, that's another issue. So I don't know what primary family is, or,
Right.
to at least maybe research that,
Mhm.
if we could.
Before we go to our next item.
Yep.
We should
Thank
open this up for public input.
Yeah.
Is there anyone, members of the public that are here for public input on anything? No? We all have a purpose? Perfect. We will close public input at 7:31. Opened and closed.
Oh, within 45
That's
minutes.
efficient. Okay, so now we have memo from Joint Loss Committee gazebo. Kleiner.
So the Joint Loss Committee is a committee made up of department heads, and they assist by looking at town structures and town places, and making us aware of any potential risk or items of potential liability. Recently, the committee, which I am not on, for good reason, went and they did an inspection of the gazebo out front. And they submitted a letter to you through me that they feel that there are structural pieces of the structure that are missing, broken. There was actually a video that I don't have the technical savvy to load up to your portal. I am sorry, but if you'd like to see it, basically the gist of one of the members of the committee could take the whole structure and shake it back and forth. It has been brought to me before that there were some concerns
Take it down.
about the structure. but they really felt that it was in rough shape, and neither could it be repaired. It's some sort, and I'm looking to Road Agent Brown because he knows it's not
I'm not on the
plastic.
committee, I was not on the committee, but I do have 6 or 7 pieces of it down our garage. Roof panels, side panels.
Over the years, it's a plastic
Like a
gazebo.
PVC or-
Yeah, it's PVC, it's plastic, and over the years, it gets brittle in the sun, the temperatures. It needs to come down. I'll be honest with you, it needs to come down. You can't even sit in it, okay?
I would say if nothing else, it would save a certain member of the budget committee from complaining about a light bulb being on that. So I guess there's a plus to that too.
We can take that light bulb out for them. Okay,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
it's already been done.
All right. Do we need a motion or just a,
I recommend that we take it down, I make a motion, we take it down, because it is in poor shape.
and it's not gonna be taken down and used somewhere else, it's gonna be taken down and
It's gonna be
dismantled
taken
and
down
taken
and brought to the transfer
We have a
station.
recycling center in town.
All right.
All right,
So
I'll second that motion.
we have a motion from Mr. Lynch and a second from Mr. Gandon. Any more discussion? Kim, you have not chimed in.
I was wondering how you're gonna dismantle it. You're gonna back the truck into it, or?
Bring the loader
This
up.
is way,
One bucket.
We have the capability.
You gotta, I know you do.
it's gonna lean on it and it's gonna take itself down.
Okay. So all those in favor say
It's my
aye.
piece.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
You did fill out the form.
Fill out a form.
I will go there.
His
Okay.
big eyes.
Up next, we have Twin States Clean Energy. Is there anybody? Oh, okay, come on forward. Have a seat. I had no idea what we're talking about.
They have a presentation
Okay.
that's printed for you. You have in the past seen the map and the fact sheet that they have provided a couple meetings
Thank you.
back.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry for the tardiness.
Oh, it's we had a great dinner beforehand, so we're good.
Oh, look.
Great, so tell us who you are and what you got.
Sure. So first off, thank you for having us here. My name is Danielle Aretz, and I work for National Grid, who is up here in New Hampshire. We own transmission and substation assets same in Vermont, and then in Massachusetts, we have transmission as well as distribution, so the power that comes to your home. So we're here tonight. I have a few of the project team members to kind of give you a very quick overview of the Twin States Clean Energy Link project. I want to be respectful of your time. I know we have about 10 minutes to present, so we're gonna go flying through this. But with me, I have Orlando Martinez. He is our projects manager, and then I have Jess Farrell, who is our transmission line engineer, and I also have Corey Schutzman, who is our lead environmental scientist.
Welcome,
So,
everybody.
happy to be here, and I'm going to take it away and give this to Orlando.
All right, great. Well, thanks again for letting us to be here. We're very excited about this project, and we've been here. The existing transmission line that's in Litchfield has been here for quite a few years, so we've been thankfully part of this community for a while. The reason we're promoting this project is because as more and more New England states want to make the grid greener, meaning to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and so many are promoting offshore wind projects. Not only Massachusetts, but Rhode Island, Connecticut, as well as Maine. I'm not sure about New Hampshire yet, but I'm sure maybe they're thinking about it, as the other states are. But what happens is when you build these wind projects, you need something that will support them, because as we all know, wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. So in order to be able to provide electric power, you need to have an energy supply that's dispatchable. Means that you can order it to generate when it needs to and then ramp it down when you don't need it to. So that's one of the reasons we are coming here as with this project to basically bring in hydroelectric power from Canada, as well as other potential sources as well. But that's what we're looking at doing. And this line that we are proposing to do is a bidirectional line, meaning that it's going to come from Canada all the way down to Londonderry, New Hampshire, but it's also can bring power down, but it can also send power back up to Canada if it was necessary. So whenever we have a need, we can get it from Canada. Whenever we have a surplus, we can provide it to Canada. That's in slide number 3 of your packet. The reason that we're here is on slide number 4. The project that we want to construct, the Twin States project, is participating in a bid that was released back in November by the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is saying we want to support transmission line projects throughout the country, and we are willing to be the anchor tenant, meaning we will be your first customer of the capacity of that transmission line if you win this bid. So we submitted a proposal back in February 1st. They said there's 2 phases to it. There's phase 1 and phase 2. We submitted as part of phase 1. 14 projects apparently submitted that throughout the country. But in April, we were notified that we got moved on to phase 2. So we got selected to move on. So now but remember, this is a competitive project. So the reason we're talking to you is because we are competing. We want to make sure that the communities that we're in are supporting this project. The DOE is going to want to know that as well. So we have a deadline by July 5th to supply them with more information. And one of the reasons we're talking to you today is when we make sure that you know what we're going to be doing as part of this proposal. So going to slide number 5, we're different than other proposals that you've seen prior because I'm going to actually skip to slide number 6 because that shows you a map. From the Canadian border down to Monroe, New Hampshire, we are going to be underground. We're going to be underneath state roads in Vermont and underneath state roads in New Hampshire for the most part. We're going to cross under the Connecticut River around the Lunenburg, Vermont, Dalton area. And the reason we chose that point is because there's a lots of cleared area there, and it's the narrowest point between the 2 roads. So we chose that area. It's going to be underground all the way to New Hampshire, Monroe, New Hampshire. Then from Monroe south, we're going to reutilize an existing transmission line, meaning we are not going to expand the right-of-way. We're simply going to reuse the existing transmission line towers that are there. What we're going to be doing is we're going to changing out the wires that are there to allow for greater capacity or greater energy flows to the south. We chose Londonderry because it's a strategic hub. At Londonderry, you can send power to Vermont, you can send power to Maine, you can send power down to Massachusetts. Londonderry is a key spot for us. So that's why we chose it as our endpoint. Again, the key point of all of this is that we really wanted to have minimal impacts. We wanted to not have any clearing, minimal clearing if that was needed, but really no lengthy rights-of-way to be cleared. We're going to be reutilizing the existing right-of-way and reutilizing as much as we can the existing towers. Now, you're going to talk about benefits, my friend.
I am. So as part of this program and this project is the community benefits. And again, while you always have transmission, which is regional, so it's serving all of New England, you are one of our host communities, which means you have direct benefits for this line as well, not just in the grid kind of big picture. So part of that is we are currently working to flush out plans for specific community benefit programs for each one of the host towns. So we would love to have another invitation to come back and kind of flesh out those kind of details and get your feedback on some programs that you think would benefit, whether that's, more access to job training, weatherization programs. We have partnered with Citizens Energy, which is a nonprofit. So their profits from the equity in the line that they have will be reinvested in the host communities. So we're looking at, between Vermont and New Hampshire, in the hundreds of millions of dollars in benefits to the host communities. We've also have partnered with the IBEW to ensure that the construction work on this project would be well-paying union jobs. So again, we would. I'm originally from New York, so I'm going to talk really fast anyway, but I'm also trying to get through this and respect your time as well. So again, having those discussions so that we make sure that your community sees these actual benefits as benefits that would be tailored for you. You know, what you see as a benefit is different than what the community in Monroe might want, or, you know, a community like Brunswick, Vermont would look at. So, again, continued discussions. We'd love to come back over the summer and have those conversations. There is also an estimated tax revenue increase that we would be paying Litchfield per year, which is about $70,000 when the project gets put in service. So that's icy smiles when I usually give out those numbers. And again, in Litchfield, it's roughly about 2.13 miles of the right-of-way that we would be utilizing. It's 100% within that right-of-way. And I would like to invite Jess Farrell just to come up to kind of explain the cross-sections of the right-of-way.
All right. So on slide 10, we have a cross-section of the existing right-of-way. The project as we propose it is basically to replace the conductors on the outside two lines, those two 60-footers, and upgrade their voltage to 345 kV. In select instances, we will need to increase the height of the towers. There's two ways we'll go about doing that. The first is that these towers have extensions. So basically, you unbolt the bottom, pop little triangles on the bottom, and cranks it up 5 to 15 feet. The other option is to replace the structure with an H-frame structure, so galvanized steel pole. At no point in time are we projecting that the height of the structures on this existing alignment will be taller than the DC line in the middle. We go to slide 11, the very southernmost portion of the right-of-way in Litchfield. We come to the North Litchfield substation. We have two different 230 kV lines in the right-of-way. We need to keep those lines in service. So in order for us to basically keep all of the circuits in the right-of-way while executing the voltage upgrade, we need to take the 230 kV lines and roll them to a vertical configuration and move them to the edge of the right-of-way. That creates enough space for us to install the two 345 kV lines close towards the center. This proposal here, you'll see, the average structure heights. At present, the design is slightly taller than the DC line, but we're working on optimizing structure placement and wire tension to reduce that structure height so that we're at or about the same height as the tallest structure in the right-of-way now. And all of that allows us to basically keep all of our lines in the existing width.
And the area where you're talking about over there is where the substation is now, correct?
Yeah, it's like
Most of the right-of-way is in the industrial zone.
Is that
Morse Falls, Kevin?
It's
What?
cool.
Is that Morse Falls?
Morse
Morse
Yeah,
Falls,
by the old
okay.
horse farm.
That's the old right-of-way, by the old horse farm, but it goes back where Continental is, and in the backside over there, there's a station, had to get through Londonderry to get to it.
Yeah, so the exposed part in town would be Moore's Falls is where we'd see it, and then it'll
You'll
go
see
into
it.
Continental's.
It'll look good.
Yeah.
Hey, look what they've done to the other transmission lines just recently in town.
So would you stay, actually, do you have someone else who wanted to talk, or I don't want to interject?
No, I just wanted to kind of, on the last page of the presentation, we have a website, we have a Hotmail, we have an email. We are very happy to encourage people to reach out to us. We want to engage with the residents. We will be following up with a mailing to all of the abutting properties to that right-of-way to kind of introduce the project as well. We will, over the summer, we'll be planning, community meetings, open houses, project open houses that are less formal than this. Again, the foundation of transmission projects that we do at National Grid starts with the community outreach. Because you can, I tell people all the time, you can engineer it, you can, get all the permits that you need, but if the community doesn't want it, it's not going to get built. So we want to gain your support. We want to make sure that people have as many opportunities as they can to ask questions and to be involved in the process as we continue through engineering and permitting should this project be selected by the DOE.
So my question goes, you mentioned, so right now when you look at it, there's three structures, and you're gonna change it over to 5. Are those gonna stay there, or are you gonna go back to the original structure, they'll just be taller?
So the plan is for the vast majority of the right-of-way in town, we'll be looking at reusing the existing structures. So this last cross-section is really like 800 feet in Litchfield. And we will be using all new structures in that configuration, save the circuit in the middle, the DC line, which will remain as is.
So what I'm trying to figure out is where this part would be. Is this gonna be is it gonna be on Continental's property or is it going to be in Moore's Falls at the conservation area? I'm gonna just hand this to Jason. So with us, we have the conservation.
Do we have the aerial?
Do we have what?
Do we have the aerial?
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out where these towers are going to be located.
You've got 15 miles of falls in the right of way, so it's gonna be across Route 3A going across the river. Okay, it's gonna
No,
cross.
it's buried by the sea in the DC line.
But you don't have 15 miles unless you're on both sides of the
They'll
river.
be going through Moore's Falls, that's what
They'll be going through
So
the
where would
the land.
But are the
It's-
structures in Moore's Falls gonna remain, or are they going to be the 5
they'll
poles?
stay, right? Your structures at Moore's Falls, which is
I don't know.
Right by
next to the horse farm,
As the horse, those will stay.
those are
Those
good.
will stay.
Those will
okay.
stay.
So they'll be on the other side of Route 3A, or towards the asphalt plant.
Yeah, just the very southernmost part.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
So from
What I thought.
my concern is from the residents going by, are they gonna see these big structures, or are they gonna be, whatever's there, maybe a little bit taller?
Yeah, so
Christmas
the
trees
vast,
out
the part with the really aggressive cross-section is it's
Very end.
like 800 feet
Okay.
of town.
The Moore's Falls area, are you staying in the right of way, or are you expanding?
We're staying in the right of way for
Okay,
the
'cause
full
of
length of the
that's
project.
New townhomes going in there? Okay.
So, knowing that, you know, again, as we continue to develop, you know, new homes get built all the time, and people kind of always go, oh, well, it's a right of way, no one will ever do anything there. But what we will do is as we're developing and talking, you know, if there's a developer that's building those new homes, we will, you know, encourage them to reach out to us, because there may be things that we might want to let them know about, but also, you know, if there's going to be a visual impact at all, we would work with the property owners to, you know, work on visual mitigation, whether that's planting on their property, or, you know, some people just want a fence, so that, you know, they're.
So the area of concern for me, and obviously with conservation, is when you exit this facility and you get onto the main road, 3A, and you go right, you can see where your transmission lines cross, and there's a white picket fence, and there's a large walking area down there, conservation area, and the grass area, and what I'm trying to do is avoid changing that look, you know, by putting in some big, tall, I don't think those structures are very.
We may not have
Pretty.
much say, but that belongs to the state too.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to figure out where they're going to be, but it sounds like all that'll be closer to the crusher plant and
Yeah,
not,
but that's
at the
this-
Londonderry town
That's in
line. is
Londonderry,
where you're
yeah.
gonna-
Yeah.
so there won't be any
That's
change
the
there.
800 feet you're talking about?
Yes.
That's fine
Yes,
because
ma'am.
it's an asphalt plant. These will look better than the asphalt plant.
And leave it nicer than you found it.
We, that is our goal.
Sir.
We, and we have, like I said, we have Corey here for any environmental questions. You know, we'll be doing wetland surveys over the summer and other cultural resource survey work. So again, you know, trying to stay ahead of that and get that information so that we can continue engineering and.
I'm sure Corey and Jay probably already exchanged numbers.
Well, the other side
Is
of
this
this too.
anything that planning would be interested in?
Well, you're gonna reach out to the abutter,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
His plan was approved, right? They're just starting construction now.
Yep.
So,
You better call them up.
I think we should probably have them, can I have your contact information? They're gonna need-
Absolutely.
because
If
I
you
want to
just-
make sure they're
have it,
still
Kim, I'll send
compliant,
it to
right?
you.
After they,
Yeah, I'll send the.
If, either to Caitlin, who I know was talking to you, or you can email us right here at the outreach, at Twin States email address,
I think he
monitored 24/7, that email versus mine that's
Things
Do
change
you-
every
very
time.
messy.
it doesn't sound like, are you changing the height of that tower there? The tower that's there? So it doesn't sound like there's a
No.
big,
No.
Yeah, we're doing our best to keep everything as the
Okay.
same as possible.
just so if
Stop
the owner
bothering,
wants
you
to
gotta go
talk
on
to
the
them,
back
they
there.
probably should. All
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Which makes sense because you
So I
go farther in, you get the land's going up around it, inside the right of way.
But
Good idea
again,
with
you
that.
know, our goal really in looking at this project and trying to get that connection for that renewable, for the renewable resources was really to be as least impactful as we could possibly be, reusing as many structures as we could, and then also, you know, for that northern portion, using the state roads to bury it. So, again, taking lessons learned from other projects that have tried.
Just so the board knows, if you know, the last 2 years, we've had a lot of utility work done in all the right-of-ways. Okay, where they're getting the wetland mitigation, so why you see the planks going in and out all over the place, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, that's what we've had on Route 3A and all the way through the swamps and everything. This is not new to us, this has been going on for years.
So that's probably
Good old
the-
days, you used to drive through the mud. Today you can't.
But I do think as we, further down on your agenda, this follows nicely because this may be something that the new energy committee
Yep.
that you're forming would be interested
Yep.
in learning and helping.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Talks about,
If
but-
you have an energy committee, we would love to sit and talk to them or present with them and figure out also ways on how, again, that community benefits program could be tailored to some of the things that they're looking to achieve.
It's the whole,
Okay.
it's not just Litchfield, it's the whole area. Because Litchfield doesn't use a lot, per se. It's a small town. Okay? Okay,
yeah,
you got your electric bill, I understand.
Any other questions or, thank you so much for your time. I hope
Thank
we
you.
Appreciate you coming in.
stuck to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations for your hard work on this one.
Gonna see you in another month or two.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay. Not like that.
Well, I know from some of
Up next, Mr. Brown, we have an update on the culvert replacement at Chasebrook Circle.
this. You know what's past
What
this
Agent
bedtime,
Brown?
too.
So,
The hole in the ground's fixed?
the emergency repairs is complete.
Good.
I don't know if you've seen some of the pictures that I passed on. I have a ton of other ones if anybody's really interested in looking at what was done. We dug up the northern culvert. We had a contractor come in and go down inside and he used a hydro grout to grout the ground level up 3 feet. One of those pictures, I believe you can see where the grouting is coming up. And then on the inside, they grouted the inside, exposed the top, all 6 sections. We grouted and then put a bridge layment down. So even if the grout
Shit.
falls through again, falls out, you'll have that layment down on top of it. Repacked, and it's a binder coat right now. We went in and we inspected the south culvert, and it's way tighter. Everything's tight, everything's close. Why the north one is spaced out, I don't know. I need a geologist or someone to figure that one out. Sand. But the south one's tighter. We don't see any signs that anything's coming through. Of course, the cost of this was expensive, and I'm hesitant to spend more at this point without a definitive, there's a problem. I would like to leave it in binder through the winter and go back in the spring and take a peek at it and decide whether we want to continue with that south one. And I don't think we'll go inside and do the grouting on the bottom, but we would definitely expose the top and regrout it and cover the top.
Okay.
But at this point, I don't want to just go and throw money at it just because the other one went bad. I'm kind of hoping that it was just that one that was bad. I'm here tonight to ask for money, straight up to pay the bill.
See, you looking for money.
So
Yeah.
they don't have the invoice.
Oh, they don't have the invoice?
No, so, I
So-
apologize, I could have sworn I put it on here.
Put it in the folder?
Wasn't that in the folder? $30,000, right?
No, that was the mobilization. That was the first one. Now I have the second one.
Oh, okay.
Second one we haven't seen yet.
You were supposed to see it before now and be mad at me earlier, but.
Do you make copies?
So the second one is $41,092. So we're at a total of $71,092.31.
This is not a cheap culvert neither, is it?
Money coming from?
This is coming from the federal bridge
Yes.
and culvert repair money that we got
Okay.
Last year, we accepted in January or December.
December, it
Yep.
was accepted, we received it in January, and this is the state bridge money that can be used for
Yep.
roads and culverts.
You know,
as
and
well.
luckily,
I knew that.
what's that?
I knew that, but it's for the people at home.
Yeah, well,
plenty of money.
luckily, we had this fund, you know, we
So
had
we-
this money, and the remainder of the money, you know, was 131,000, I believe it was.
131.
The remainder of the money on top of this, we'd like to put into a fund, you know, a repair fund, so we have it. Oh my God, if something happens again. You know, this was unexpected. TDD Earth mobilized their entire company. We had, you know, we had 3 excavators, we had pumps, we must have had 6 pumps from 6-inch down. Coffer dammed it, you know, had to stop the water flow through that one so we can get in there and do it. It was a ton of work. It was a lot of work. You know, before we move on to the second one, if we do move on to the second one, of course, we'll have more time to, you know, quote it out and get open bidding and, you know, see if anybody else was interested. But that's where we stand. I don't like coming here and giving big fat bills like this, but
So that water level is typically that high where that gentleman's standing up and you can see the dark side?
at dark side, well, that's when there are beaver damming
The beavers
out
are in
the
there.
outside.
Okay.
Now it's maybe 6 inches. It's as low as it's been in a long time. Because we did clean it out.
The dam's been there for almost 40 years around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had to go down and break it, I don't know how many times since we've been here, because
Yeah.
there's an old cart road that comes down to it.
Well, we did go down into the swamp behind. The Sullivans are on the south side. We went in through their property, went down and walked down in waders and went and broke a dam down in the swamp that goes down to Cranberry.
Yep.
And that lowered it by
There's
feet.
2 dams in there.
So, yeah, there's a big 300-foot long dam in the middle.
Dynamite.
But it's a constant battle with them there.
Right.
If we could hire 9 of them, we wouldn't have a problem in this town. But it's,
It's Mother
so it's
Nature.
complete, it's complete right now. Like I said, the road is bindered, so it's fine. You know, there's 3 inches of binder down there, so nothing's gonna go wrong with it. But like I said, I'd like to, you know, ride it out for the rest of the summer and through the winter and kind of just watch that culvert and make sure we'll keep inspecting it. And in the spring, go back in and inspect it again. As long as it's fine, then if at that point we feel it's okay, we're just gonna retop that. And if not, we're gonna dig it up, and we're not digging up fresh top again, we're just taking up binder.
Then that's the best way to do it. Let it set, let it set for the winter. I agree with that. To sharpen the blades a little sooner.
You can show my pictures.
The other thing I would suggest is
I
that
wanted to
on
show
the
the
other
people at
one,
home the pictures.
that you say right now is not critical, keep an eye on that one too, because you don't want to be reacting.
Well, I guess I misunderstand, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, we're gonna watch the one we fixed.
Yep.
But the second one, which has the gaps are closer, I can actually show you pictures inside of that too, where the gap is real tight. We don't feel that that's an issue at this point, so we're gonna let it go through the summer, through the winter, and we'll inspect it some more in the spring and see if it's still tight. And there's no signs of anything leaking through and no, of course, no sinkholes.
Rather than-
We'll end up next summer, we'll put that into the paving, we'll repave that section and, clean that up. Had to do a little bit of berm work there and such,
So did it fail because of the beaver, or just wear and tear?
No, all I can see is, I mean, if you look at some of the pictures, right, the sections come together and they kind of come together like this. And it almost seems like it kind of pushed out. I don't know how, but the gaps were a good 5 inches, so the sand was able to go down through.
Okay.
And of course, this town is nothing but sand.
Because I thought I heard a conversation about fish and game. Was there not enough people being trained to hunt beavers or
Well,
something?
Josh and I are both, we're certified beaver trappers.
Okay, I don't know.
We have a nuisance license. We've got them up on Brenton right now. So we pulled out 9 beaver out of town last year. And, we only do the nuisance stuff, but they produce prolifically and, they move downstream. So we've had a lot of beaver up in Century where, between Brenton and the Brenton side of Century, we had a beaver dam in there that we broke. And that, we call that Brenton A. Way up by the Century side, there's the stream there that comes down out of Londonderry. We've trapped there consistently. And then there's 2 more down Brenton past Burgess, heading south. We cleaned, I was up there at the backhoe the other day, we cleaned those out, and they came back, repacked them. And then we put the traps in, and they packed the trap, and so it's a battle, but we're working on them.
I didn't know if we had a policy about any of that. I don't know. Okay.
No.
But they do, just about do go out and
We need some
hunt them
fisher
a certain
cats.
time of year, or to Fish and Game handle it, I wasn't sure.
No.
You know, something that when we got licensed almost 3 years ago, I called Fish and Games, and I spoke to the lieutenant of the region. He said, do what you need to do. He said, they're a nuisance, there's plenty of beavers in the state. We know you're not out there hunting them just for fun. We're doing it correctly with, Conabera traps.
Yep.
We're doing it ethically, and, we're not hurting for no reason.
That's what we hear. The highway departments now are taking on the trapping business because they can't find the guys to do it. They used to do it.
And that's the truth, Kevin.
The guy,
We-
yeah.
And there's no money in it, so if
No.
the guys can't sell the pelts, then they don't want to come down and spend the time putting it in.
All right, so we have to approve some money.
Yes. How do you want to prove that? Do you approve the whole PO, or?
We'll do this.
We need the bill first, though, right?
No, it's two separates
Yeah.
because they had already
approved
approved
the first
the
one.
original one.
So we need the bill for this one before we can approve it, right?
Yes, so it's
Okay.
$41,092.31
And that's the bill right there, right?
for whoever would like to make the motion.
I'll make the motion that we appropriate $41,092.31 for the repair of the bridge on Pilgrim, I think it's called, right?
Yeah, and that's coming out of the,
Culvert, yep.
Coming out of the bridge repair fund, right?
Yes.
Bridge repair work, the road repair, yep.
What is that amount? 41,900 or 41,090?
41,092.30.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Lynch.
I'll second that.
We have a second from Ms. Queenan. Any further discussion?
I went down and looked at it during construction too, it was interesting. It was, and the gentleman who's the contractor, he's a good boy.
Yeah.
Okay, he knew what he was doing.
Kim and I went when it first happened, when it had all washed through, so I mean, we have firsthand knowledge of it also.
It's amazing.
How's the fishing underneath there now? Now that the water's
Fish,
low?
it's incredible out there.
All right, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 400.
I know you're busy, I don't want to keep you, but all our paving for this year is done. You
Okay?
can take a ride around and take a peek.
Bumpity bump.
Continental is paving from 3A to about Bristol.
Yep.
So I'm holding off on line striping until they complete that within the next few weeks.
Then line stripe.
And then I'm gonna line stripe all of Albuquerque.
Cool.
And we'll be done with paving for this year.
Very good.
All right.
Knock on wood.
Come on,
All
there,
right,
Ozil.
very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for everything. All right, next up. Let me find my thing here.
Oh, boy.
Metal detecting policy, final policy.
Where did all these sites come from?
Yeah, so, after the public hearing, it was asked that we go back and work with the committees and the Heritage Commission, the Historical Society, the Recreation. I know that Selectman Weber had discussed it with Recreation on how they wanted the approval process to go. I haven't heard, and I'm not, from what the meeting that I watched, I couldn't understand. I don't know if
Like we have,
someone, if
Peter Ames is
Peter
the chairman
can
of the
speak to it.
Recreation,
Peter,
and
come on
Jason
up.
Brennan is the chair of the Conservation with us tonight.
Come on up, guys.
Evening, folks.
How are you?
Very well, yourself.
Pretty good, sir.
Good. So Peter Ames, I'm the chair of the Recreation Commission at 21 Moose Hollow Road.
Jason Brennan again, Chair of the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Well, the
so.
volley, what you were hitting, I think, this way.
So Selectman Queenan worked on a couple versions of language. If you scroll down, the first draft shows forwarding to the Heritage Commission only. That's this one. The second shows forwarding to the Heritage Commission and the Recreation Commission only. Remember that part of the concern of some of the people that came forward at the public hearing was creating a very long process out of this. And we feel quite strongly that it needs to go to the Heritage Commission. And we did speak with them today. Properties that are on the master plan document in the historic register. And I know Selectman Queenan had some discussion with them.
So page 2 of the master plan has a list of, sites that probably should go to the Heritage Commission to look at. And then the 4 buildings that were on the New Hampshire State Register as well, but not the school. They could decide what to do with that. So the 4 properties plus anything on this list would go to
What are the
Heritage
4
Commission.
properties?
The four, the library.
Oh.
Town
the
center.
old Town hall, old
Because
town
I
hall.
thought we weren't gonna allow that on those properties, period.
Yeah, that's right. It's gonna go to Heritage Commission, and they'll,
So
how
now,
will they say?
Some-
are any of those
Cemeteries will be
properties on conservation or recreation managed property?
You don't see any.
It's only that,
We had spoken about that, having their blessing to have that go through town administrator, I believe.
yeah, conservation we left open.
Yep.
Can you scroll down on the second one?
Yes. This
The
one?
one on the right.
Oh, the one on the right. Let me just open it up. I think it's easier if you open it up.
Moores Falls one,
I think they forgot the N in center.
what else, Moores Falls, Oxford Means?
Where are you looking? So the properties listed in the New Hampshire State Register, it's the highlighted text, of historic places will need approval of the Heritage Commission. Properties listed in the archaeological and historical site section of the Planning Board's Master Chapter 7 would follow historic resources on page 2 and would need the approval of the Heritage Commission. And then this version of the policy has the other 2 being handled here at Town Hall.
We'll notify rec and conservation.
And we would notify them that there had been.
If you ask the
What are
landowners,
your thoughts?
Firstly, from the conservation perspective, we haven't seen this policy.
correct?
It hasn't been distributed to us.
Not
I had
seen
to
it.
go pull it from the portal today.
Yeah, we've been working on it. It's been a
Yeah.
working process. So probably should have sent you a draft or something.
Yeah, so before we vote on it, I think we'd like the commission to have a look at it. I took a look at it briefly today, and there's a couple of things I would like to discuss, but it actually has to come from the commission. One of which, it says, like right there, all properties will be reviewed by the town administrator who will notify conservation and recreation.
Yep.
And the other part about the historic, where is it, the Heritage Commission? The properties that conservation owns, or properties that conservation manages, they're by deed. So like, I took a look at the muster field, and it says in the deed that conservation, that piece of property is to be managed and controlled by the Litchfield Conservation Commission. So you gotta make sure we're in our swim lanes here,
You got it.
because we're the manager of that property. And so I don't think that others should be making decisions related to that property without it going through the Conservation Commission first. So that's gonna be raised, that's just my personal opinion. So there might be just some things that we have to navigate through.
Well, there may be some other things too you gotta navigate. You got private property here listed. Okay?
Well, private property would be the
Owned by the
permission of
town.
the property owner. This is only
Right.
for town property.
Well, okay, but they listed some of the archaeological sites. A lot of it's private.
So, the 2 that they primarily were concerned about were here. This is from SPC,
Historical Town Center
the old one.
and Thornton's Ferry.
Those were the 2.
Yep.
Now, but today was requested if all could be looked at. So if it's, who owns the land to split it up? Right, on this map here.
So it's any historic properties that are on the historic register that are town-owned.
That's the first bullet, right? number one, and this one is in the master plan chapter, which had a public hearing a long time ago. There's a list here. So I think Jason's asking to look at that list.
Right.
And see who, if conservation owns that. Now, again, I don't know if it's historical or not. That's. we'll have
Actually,
to
the
call in
town
Stephen.
owns the property.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But per the deed, and some of these
Conservation
properties,
manages.
conservation manages it.
Correct.
Correct.
You manage it through the town.
And the way that's written right there, bullet 3,
Right.
it says granted by the town administrator, and then bullet 1 says approval by the Heritage Commission.
Yep.
So they could be making decisions on property that per the deed we
Right.
manage.
Manage, yeah.
And that, yeah, the public hearing did not have the third one there, right? It didn't have anything there, right? It was gonna go
So
just to the
these were
town
added
administrator.
after the
Right.
public hearing
During the
in,
public hearing, yeah.
yeah, in response to the public.
Yep.
So the public's criticism was the way we originally had it written, they went to the manager of each property. And during the public hearing, the public criticized that that process will take too long because it could come in to the town. By the time it gets sent to each commission, you know, they've got to wait for their next public meeting. They have to approve it, then it comes back to us. I mean,
It sounds like a
that's
big,
serious.
yeah, tennis match. I mean, I'd like the opportunity to bring this up to the commission members, just to see what they think, but I don't know why we couldn't short circuit the whole thing and have, like, the Conservation Commission list all our properties out and give a thumbs up or thumbs down on whether or not we would approve metal detecting on that piece of property. That then goes to the town administrator. If a permit comes in, if it matches the checklist, go for it. You know, you're kind of, it's pre-approved. I mean, that's an option, but, I mean, I haven't discussed it with
Right,
my
and that's what the
commission yet.
Historical Society's doing, or the Heritage
Right,
Commission. They're
that's
doing the
what
same
the
thing. They
Heritage-
had that list in the Historic
Heritage.
Resource chapter, and that's what they pulled.
How about
What about rec?
recreation? Yes.
Yeah, so we did have a conversation about it at our last meeting a couple weeks ago, and a couple things. You know, first of all, we certainly welcome folks doing metal detecting on the properties. It's just another form of recreation, so I think it's a good thing. We think having a policy is helpful to protect the properties. It certainly is more security than we have right now, so that's good. You know, our interests are really in protecting the rec fields, you know, and so certainly being aware who is on them, because if there was damage or if they didn't fill in the hole as they should have, like, that's something that we'd want to know. What we do not want are folks, you know, digging up the actual, like, the playing fields, right? Which certainly could have metal under them that would flag things for folks. So that's our biggest concern, is that we don't want folks digging on actual fields, right? Down by the beach, that's a perfect place to go, but on the fields, no. The concern would be if we approve the property, I mean, that would be something that we'd probably want an area of the property. And so we did not talk about that, but that was the concern of just protecting the fields and making sure other areas were accessible. We did share the concern, like we had the same concern as the public about, like, the approval process for that. So we think that makes sense, you know, could make sense for that. Just want to find a way to ensure that the playing fields are protected from digging.
So maybe you come up with some kind of a list of, like, the fields, areas that you don't want people digging on. And like Jason says, if it's on the list, that gets denied. Other areas possibly approved.
Yeah, I think we could do that. That would really.
So
No,
my
going to just historical.
My concern with this policy is that first we were throwing a big blanket on a small problem. And I understand that we do not want metal detecting, artifact digging, glass bottle recovery on specific area in town, especially if they're historical or in town fields and that kind of, which I understand. But to say that you can't do it on all town property, to me, is just
Wrong.
It's too much. The other issue is, do we have an RSA to say what happens if somebody does dig on property even without permission, or just automatically does? What happens? Do we tell them to stop it? What kind of impact or what kind of penalties are they facing? Or are we just creating red tape to say that you didn't get a policy, and what are you gonna do without a policy? You're not gonna,
They're listed at the bottom of the, well, at least the original one had the RSA's at the bottom.
is there an RSA of what would happen?
But as far as a local, I mean, if it was on a park or something.
You talking about these?
Or the RSA's, yeah, there's RSA's.
What are those RSA's specifically?
So you're not, I mean, the state will,
can't even read them, this is
will
small.
be pretty tough on you if you go to a historical or cemetery,
Yeah,
right?
so town
There's rules that
forests,
you can't do
town
that.
parks, conservation, town public
And
libraries.
forestry, I think, is another one.
Do these RSA's say what kind of penalties can be?
I don't know what the state will do, but locally, we did talk with the police.
Right.
Do you want it, you can tell them.
So, I mean, locally, the penalties are, the police can remove them.
Yeah.
There's no fine, there's no jail time, there's no, I mean, nothing like that. But this gives the police the opportunity to stop the activity from happening. Without a policy, they have no
They have
discretion.
So they could be
It's
on
just
your
moving
property digging up.
Right,
If there's
and
no
the
policy,
police
they
can't
can-
do anything.
And this was started because
Got
some
it.
people went across the street from the old town hall and were prospecting, digging and whatnot.
But maybe to Selectman Gannon's point, maybe we need to just come down with a list of properties
Correct.
you can't,
You can't.
and everything else is open.
Because I'm looking
That
at
way
properties.
I didn't,
Yeah, I think that's kind of what this does, because it's listing the areas of concern, and they need specific approvals.
Or sections of a
Yeah.
park you don't want
Yeah.
touched, right? You
Yeah,
want them at the
Specific, I just didn't want to say you can't do it on all town
No,
property.
that's not
No,
what
that's
it is.
not
I
what
know,
it's-
no.
Well, originally it said all town property. I'd rather have the recreation conservation say where you cannot, and where you can, and then come back, and then when the people come in, I also don't want to put more work on Kim's plate also. She's already extremely busy.
But I think the permit process is also a good idea, that way we
Yes.
know who's out there doing what.
And then
There is an
last
issue.
week or 2 weeks ago, we had the gentleman from high school doing it for his,
Yes.
and that's kind of things we want to allow so that we
Yes.
do know.
And encourage, yeah.
But I know people use it for recreational purposes. They use it just to, get in their own mindset, get out there and be quiet, enjoy themselves for
Yep.
therapeutic reasons and whatever. I don't want to put a policy in place that's red tape to prevent people from going out and doing something that they really enjoy.
But you just brought up a good point. If it's on a list for the Heritage Commission, you don't want it to be a no, because they might want them out there as well. That's why, well, I'll let the Heritage Commission speak for themselves, but they might be different than the rules
Yeah,
they
but-
want.
The
But
Heritage
that
Commission
is the
doesn't have
hard
control
part.
over the property though. That's the.
Yep.
Because
that's the
somebody
problem.
loses a ring, there's different reasons to go out
I'm
there,
having-
right? You lost something at the park, you want to go out there and do that, right? You
those-
don't want to just say, no, you can't go.
Well, that's what bothers me about this whole thing right now, is, we got certain lands we don't want it on because of the conditions. What I'm seeing here, you've gone through the whole town and picked up a bunch of private property as well, okay? It's not owned by the town, it's owned by private people, and it is maybe a site. But if that person owns the land, you can let somebody out there.
Well, this can be changed to say it's town-owned land
That's it,
only. So
okay?
it can be on this list, but if
Yeah.
it's not town-owned
It has to
land.
be town-owned land. Not all the other stuff I'm saying. Because it's in a subdivision. 3 people own this lot. You know what I'm saying, in the whole
This is just for
area.
Yeah, but I
town-owned land, yeah.
this is just town
Yeah, it's just
land
town property.
in
It's not private
the,
property.
This is private over
policy.
here.
What?
The numbers are private, the archaeological sites. are
Yeah,
private.
but the beginning of the ordinance is, this ordinance allows the use of metal detectors on town-owned property
That's it.
with certain restrictions.
Right,
So
just
the
town.
whole ordinance speaks to town.
Town-owned, that's it.
Only.
Okay. As long as it speaks to town-owned, because I'm seeing private land listed here because it's
Well,
a
that's
site.
just listed as archaeological by the state.
Right, but that's still private land.
Yeah, it is private land.
Yeah.
Correct.
They
And
can
it
do what
doesn't
they want.
affect that, this has nothing to do with that.
Correct. Maybe those shouldn't be on this, the numbers here, the A, B, C, D stuff, but even,
It was just sent to confuse you.
I can understand why you did it.
So what we need now is
Break it
a
down.
list from conservation, a list from recreation on where you're not allowed, and then match it up with the historical, and then say you can't on these properties.
Well, but the Heritage Commission might say, still see them, they might want them out there if it's a school project.
Well, with
Well,
approval,
with
you can
approval.
always,
With-
they
with
can always
approval,
approve.
that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
You
yeah.
could
So,
approve somebody to go out and look at your
So
property.
it's complete- you just don't want to say denial.
Yeah.
Right.
For the Heritage Commission, I can't speak for them. I can't speak
Well,
for the Heritage Commission, I'll
yeah, I'm
let them
saying with-
speak for themselves.
You
but-
can't without approval, I should say, without the proper
Right.
permit. Because it could be
Don't
the
want a
same
denial.
thing, in recreation, somebody might have lost a ring or a watch and they want to be out there and try to find it, and, oh, well, you can't because we have a policy in place.
But the ones that are open, let them go.
Let them go, yeah.
Yes. Yep.
But we should also include artifact digging, what were they, artifact and bottle,
Relic digging, so there's a big chunk of the problem they had, Mr. Chair, before, wasn't metal detecting. It was bottle digging. Which is completely different. And it's really not covered underneath this, which is, you're digging up stuff, you're on the riverbank, you're with the shovel, completely different than metal detecting, and there's no mention of that in here.
But the
Well, I will
But the
say-
RSA doesn't let
To
you do
us.
that. The historical one doesn't let you do
That's
that.
not what was brought to us.
What
was
I
brought
was
to us was
specifically
this.
referring to was gentlemen
Metal.
who went down there with metal detectors and shovels.
yeah, but they could use,
When the
because
police-
I always ask, how does a metal detector find a glass bottle?
The cap.
Well, I mean, you.
Because they
you-
find a
you probably
cap,
just-
and then they start digging for the glass, and they
Well,
start,
actually, it used to be corks, it wasn't caps.
So, but
Where
say-
you get the old ones, but.
say they find a, they know there's metal down there, and they go put the metal detector away, and then they just start
There's a
digging.
lot of bud bottles.
That's not
still
a metal
out there.
detector,
But I-
that's
but I-
digging
Police
for
did
bottles.
show
That
up,
wasn't
they said they
fun.
didn't get anything, they said, we didn't find anything. Then that night on Facebook, he posted what he found.
Bottles, right?
No, it was coins and.
Oh, coins?
Jewelry and
Double? Oh,
things
sorry.
like that, so, I mean, bottle digging, I mean, that's, again, it's up to you if you allow somebody out there. This is just trying to protect all of this.
Yeah, and double check, with who. Because I do think there is a state law about embankments of the river. I think the state
The state
owns.
that.
Yeah,
So I- again, you have
don't
to ask
think
the
that's-
owner of the property.
Correct.
The state's gonna
But I
say
would
thanks
check-
for getting the trash out of the river.
Well, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that shouldn't
Besides
be allowed
that.
anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it is for the state, but this is to try and protect what we have, so.
No problem with that. I just would like our commission to have input.
I would agree.
We have some questions on the wording up there. We want to make sure we stay in our swim lanes in regards to who manages the property and let them make the decision, but have other people have input, so like across from the old fire station.
Yep.
That's land that we maintain,
Mhm.
but maybe Heritage Commission can provide input on it. Then I could think about us, or I can see us developing that list like you talked about before. And hopefully, on some pieces of property, the Conservation Commission won't have an issue
That's right.
with folks metal detecting and enjoying themselves.
Yep.
But on others, maybe they do, so.
And this is not like a final thing, this is gonna be tweaked as we go. If we find something's not working, we need to change something, it's okay to change something. But it's a start to start protecting some of our
Was
resources.
the camps at Dara listed? That's not listed on there as historical. Is that considered historical? It's,
Not
Not
listed.
by the state,
no?
no.
Okay.
And again, and
Camps
you're
are
right,
all
it's
gone
gotta keep
anyways.
changing because
But you probably find some good stuff out there.
You probably find a lot of knives.
Not that I'm trying to suggest.
A lot of
Sorry,
rusty metal.
Peter.
But if that
You
land
see a
that
lot
you're
of people
talking
out there.
about does become a historical
That's
site
fine
from
over
the state of New Hampshire, then it might
Right.
fall under
Then
another
it'll fall
rule.
under that
Yeah.
umbrella.
And you see them on the beach too. They're always down the beach, metal detector down there, which
That's fine.
makes sense.
And that's fine,
Get the nickels and dimes.
but you should get their permission first. And that's what it's meant to do, to help protect your properties.
We'll put that on our agenda for next meeting, and then we'll report back.
The
So,
yellow is just what we added, but everything else was there for the public hearing.
When's the next meeting, Jason?
So feel free to mark it up.
so we're gonna table this until we have feedback from
Correct.
Conservation and Recreation.
I recommend we table it.
And take
And
two
we'll go,
versions.
I think we should go back to historical and
You're not an immediate denial.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you verify this? Yeah.
Make sure all three are.
Or
Clarify
say,
that.
be very explicit in that, town-owned land.
We'll get it as right as we can get it, and then we'll fix it if we have to,
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me, too.
Perfect. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you all.
Eat that? Can you come back up 7 more times? Gonna move in.
All right, so,
Just to make sure they look at both drafts though, right? Because we had recreation.
There's two,
There's two
yes.
drafts there, just so
There's
you're aware,
with
right?
or
One was
without.
to let you make decisions, and one was
Can
to
you
just
print
let
that
it
out for me?
default.
Because I can't read it on this screen no matter what you do.
Yeah. I'll
Too small.
print it.
all right, up next, we have a Homeland Security Program Grant.
So the Homeland Security is a grant that the fire department already applied for and has received at least pre-approval for. It does have to, after being accepted by you folks, it does have to go to the Governor's Council. But what they are working on is with the police department having an active shooter training.
Yep.
And it's scheduled for next week. So it's $6,500. The $6,500 will reimburse the town on the payroll expenses of holding the training.
Okay.
There, you see the
Do you- yeah.
motion, but
Is it, do you have 40 people lined up?
they do, between the police department and the fire department. And so this was something that was in the works when Chief Nickel, before Chief Nickel returned.
Mm-hmm.
And they were working in conjunction with the police department on it. It was the active training was something that they were interested in having, and Homeland Security just happened to have a grant that they could apply for. So there was a short turnaround. They wanted to at least get it in and see where it fell out to see if they could come back and get your approval to submit it. If not, they would be looking at the money from payroll
Let's get
or
it from
from the
theirs.
town budget, because it is something they want to move forward with.
It's a good thing.
So we need a motion to
Approve it.
terms.
Yes, and so the motion that they have, that I have stated there, is the motion that the state has requested
Okay.
gets passed.
Somebody want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion to accept the terms of the State Homeland Security Program grant not to exceed the amount of $6,500 for emergency preparedness exercises.
We have a motion from Mr. Gannon,
I'll second it.
a second from Mr. Lynch. Any more discussion?
I just have one question. It came down and I just want to make sure that they know or you know, there's a report mechanism in place that has to be done.
Yes.
Who's doing that? Because I just don't want it falling off the crack. Is it going to be fire? Or
It's
you?
fire, and I,
Police, probably two together.
there's an individual
Okay,
that
as long as
applied
somebody's,
for
it's
it
on
that-
somebody's calendar.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's,
It's a good point.
the on-call.
The applicant's responsible then.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a member of the fire department that is working per diem during the day. I think he's a lieutenant.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to be,
That was tough work.
he actually filed the grant. He had gone, he actually filed the grant, got the grant, and will do the reporting.
And where would this occur? Here in
And a
town?
public hearing, we'll have to schedule a public hearing once we get final
If we get the
approval from the executive council that it's coming to us so that you can accept the funds.
And then where will the training be?
Middle school?
School, I thought.
Yeah, it's the
It
middle
was
school.
a high school, I thought.
Should have.
Maybe, it could be the high school.
I was here all day.
He told me.
Thought I'd be home by noon.
Just fixed the middle school. Why do we want to hurt
Was it
it?
the middle school? I thought it was a high school.
It may, no, it's the high school, I think.
Good.
Because,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's more room in it.
high school.
More
When are
room.
these going on? Is it the weekend? Are they out of school?
We're gonna be out of school this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
You don't want that going on
By
while
the
they're
time- by the time
looking out the
they-
window.
Very good.
Next week, let's see, 5 days
All
a
right.
week.
Any further?
No.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 4-0-0. And want to thank the fire and the police for doing this, and also the school for allowing the exercise to take place if it in fact does. Okay, next up, it's more metal detection. Town hall sign to advertise Strawberry Festival.
The Litchfield Community Church approached us on their annual Strawberry Festival. They are asking to use the sign out here at the corner of Liberty Way on June 17th through June 25th for
I don't have a problem with it.
I have no problem with it. They do the Strawberry Festival every year. My wife is actually making pies this year. She does a nice job. Anyways, anybody have any issues with it? I don't think we need a motion. We just have to give them permission, right?
That's all?
just have to.
Yep.
No objection.
Everybody all right?
Okay.
I'm good, I'm making pies.
You gonna make pies?
And if they want to use the other sign on Hillcrest Road, I'm all for that too.
Which one by the?
There's one over there and there's one over here.
By the
Yep.
landfill? Okay. Well, not the landfill, the dump. All right,
No,
very
no.
good. So, good luck to them. Up next, farmer's market policy, reviewed by town departments.
So, this was actually shown to you at your last meeting. Again, it's policy, so, we're not sure if you want to move forward with a public hearing, if we're creating policy or not, or if this is something
Read it.
that we can move forward with internally. That's totally up to you. We did work with the town departments of fire, health, our health officer, and police to work through the logistics of it and the details of it, and then we drafted the corresponding application. There's a few items, and I would not call them material so much, that we received back more on the application. Some questioning whether, if it was private property, we were asking to see insurance. We have, in the past, asked for insurance to ensure that somebody is insured. So I don't see that as a problem. The other part of it is, it's in many policies and applications that they submit a list of vendors, so that our health inspector can go through it and look at them but the question comes up with, what if the market is running and there's 3 or 4 different dates, right? And the vendors change. That happens, right?
It happens a lot, and they gotta have licenses, those vendors that come in, they're licensed through the state. They're on wheels, they're serving food and everything else. So you gotta deal with that.
So I think we do our best
Yep.
for them to update the town, but they're, again, this is a two-way street of us working together to make sure that happens. We certainly understand if it's a day.
So, I'm gonna recuse myself. So, when my husband was working with the town to come up with this policy, it's for anybody who wants a farmer's market. I just want that on the record. It's for anybody. So I invited him today because we were going over it, and he hasn't seen it. And I said, if you could show it, it's only 2 pages, you could ignore the first 3 paragraphs, it's kind of an intro, but in case, because you all worked on it together, in case something was glaring. But again, I'll recuse myself, if that's all right. I'll go over there.
Oh, get out of the way. Don't trip you. This is the first I've seen it, I'll be honest with you, because I couldn't read it anything. It's so small, this damn computer.
So, I'm happy to print it out, and I know if you haven't had a chance to look at the application, there is a lot to it.
I can see that.
Yeah, the one that glares out to me right off the bat is all prepared food must come from a licensed New Hampshire food
Vendor.
processing plant. Does that mean that, if somebody makes homemade jam or something, that's not allowed? Yeah, come on up, Gwen. Come on up. Please.
Hi, Wayne Van Merrick, 2 Newstead Street.
How are you?
Doing fantastic. How about you guys? So, as Kim said, the reason I'm here is because I kind of have an interest in this. And the thing that I'm looking at is I'm saying this is a fantastic first draft. You know, we're almost there. Some of the things that I've got some issues with are, it looks like it was taken from possibly some other towns, you know, possibly put together from some pieces, and it doesn't address enough kind of things. There's a little bit of overlap. So, for example, if it's on town property or if it's on private property, if it's a for-profit or a non-profit, if it's being done as a, there's just not enough overlaps here, or there's things which are not making sense. It also kind of looks like it's set up to be that it's requiring that that some of this language here, it looks like it's from an example, Nashua, that as just as an example, that the farmers market in Nashua is actually run by the town of Nashua. So they're treating it as they're saying that it has to be a non-profit because you obviously can't have a for-profit entity inside of a non-profit entity. That doesn't work. So some of this is kind of saying that, that it's kind of confusing there. Some of the other things I'm concerned about are saying that there has to be a list of all of the vendors 30 days ahead of time. I mean, what if some vendor decides not to come in? What happens if you have someone who's going to come in for every third day? Do we say if we don't have this by May 15th as an example, that someone who comes in August and say, hey, you know what, my corn came in early, I'd like to sell my corn, and then we can't do that because we don't have them on the list. Or there's no way that says that we can add to this list, or what is a process for adding to this list? What is a reasonable time for someone to get back to us on some of this information? Some of the other things I'm a little concerned about here are an unequal implementation of laws. So, for example, I just saw something there that said about hand washing. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to have. For someone who is doing, food where they're not washing, where they're touching without having gloves on. Personally, I'd hope that they'd have gloves on all the time. But we know that, for example, not to pick on anyone in particular, but just as an example, when they were serving cocoa at the Winter Festival, by this, they should have had a hand washing station. Kind of hard to do when it's below zero, So if you're going to do it for one, you should apply the rules all over the place. Also, the health inspection. So, a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Except for that there's 9 cities or 9 towns in the state that don't follow state health ordinances. They have their own health inspectors. So what should we do for that? So if someone has a state license, a state inspection already, we should probably honor that. If they have one of these other ones from a town like, say, Salem or Nashua or Manchester, which is not a state one, but it's good enough that they have taken that burden upon themselves, we should probably recognize that one. If they don't have something from there, I'd say, yeah, pull in the Litchfield inspector, whoever it is, for that, and do that reasonably. But to say that we need to have just the Litchfield person do it, that kind of throws an undue burden on the poor health inspector to have to go out and go talk to all of these people and have to track them down wherever they may be at some point. So there's...
And he's not familiar with it.
He's not familiar with it.
That's the key point, okay.
And then you've got the other thing, like you say, well, it has to come from a food plant. Well, that's not necessarily so. The New Hampshire RSAs allow for homesteaded food to be there also, which doesn't have to be in a licensed food plant. But there are a nice set of RSAs about how you can get someone who's decided that they want to make muffins at home and sell them at a farmer's market. It's pretty straightforward as to what they have to do, and it's just make sure that everybody's doing this. If you're going to enforce that for the farmers market, in case, some group is having a fundraiser or something like that, they should have to, follow those rules as well, not trying to point out anybody. And if we're gonna have an event and have an event license, then anybody that has an event should have should be equally treated for, having to have an event license. So my things kind of like come into like, we're not applying the same rules across the spectrum equally. That's what I'm concerned about. So whoever would like to take on this, this idea of doing a farmer's market, that we have a reasonable, chance of giving them a successful opportunity, and that they're not, put under undue onerous kind of rules. And so that, we need to look at that, where does private begin, where does, public end, as was said previously, that, the great place to be would be to have it at like the soccer field after the kids have their soccer games. That would be a great thing. But, if you do that, then you have one set of problems to worry about. It's on a town facility, it's gonna have town liability on it, unless that's abrogated by having extra insurance policies and all that other kind of stuff. And then you're going to have some town administrator to oversee this and implement it, and that's going to be one thing. If you have it on somewhere else, if it's, on, say, a parking lot of a large facility, or if some farmer were to decide to do it, then there would be, different ways. Would they set up a nonprofit to do it, or would they do it just on their property, which... there's a couple different scenarios here, and I think that this unfortunately kind of conflates some of these issues, unfortunately, and that needs to get untangled a little bit.
So the guidelines, the general health, hygiene, and sanitation guidelines are just that. That's working with the health inspectors as some general guidelines.
Bathroom
That is
facilities,
not,
everything.
right, that's just in general their guidelines. That's not holding any market.
Those for the most part
to
seem
those.
reasonable.
We needed to put something out there to give some general. Now, as far as the policy or the ordinance itself, we wanted to be careful of coming up against the planning board in home occupations, right? So if there was some question on this, whether if it's a commercial, a residential property, and they decide they want to do this, do they have to go to the planning board for a home occupation license? And so we were trying to be careful about determining that line, and we said, okay, we're looking at agricultural properties that already fit under this RSA for agritourism. So that was the first part. There is some question even within town administration on commercial properties. Putting that aside, if you're dealing with town properties, you're going to have a nonprofit, most likely, or a nonprofit arm, at least, that is running the market. So that part of it is written in. There's nothing in the policy that prevents that from happening.
Agreed.
And then there's other events and other parts of the ordinance that are taken from already existing ordinance. Like, there's an ordinance within the town that if you have an event, no matter what the event is, it is the chief of police or his or her designee that determines whether police detail is needed. So that's we incorporated different parts of Litchfield's ordinances into this. So, a homestead food operation is just that. It's a an operation that already prepares food and has been licensed or at least inspected to serve or sell their goods.
Right.
So we were saying you could already have that and go to a farmer's
Sure.
market. You don't need any other additional
Sure,
approval.
but just as an example, all products offered for sale must be locally grown or produced by the vendor. Purchased products may not be offered for sale. According to the RSAs of the state, you can resell, products that are purchased. There are certain guidelines for doing that. Okay, and then the definition here of locally grown, are we going to say that if it wasn't grown, I would imagine within Litchfield, that we might not want to sell that? Do we want to say, open that up just a little bit to say, maybe somewhere within like southern New Hampshire or something like that? So that we, because otherwise, between June and August when the crops come in, it's going to be an awful thin farmer's market.
So that's in most, if you look at farmers market policies throughout the state, it's in most of them. Locally, meaning New Hampshire,
Okay.
farmers, and you can go and you can look, Concord has a market, Goffstown has a market, purchase,
doesn't mean just.
right, it doesn't mean Litchfield.
It can be expanded.
And, and then, looking at the next point, again, this is, like I'm saying, there's just some points to clear up. It's the vendor's responsibility to provide copies of all applicable licenses, permits, certificates, including town health regulations. So are we saying that the person, say, who's coming in and wants to sell eggs, that they need to bring their stuff to someone to be named at the town hall to say that they're doing this?
No, it's the farmer market organizer.
Oh, okay, but
Whoever's-
I don't see that they're saying that it has to go to the board of directors of the market or the market manager or something
Or
like
the
that.
owner
It
of
does
the
in
land
the
where market's
application.
being run on too, there's another side to that. Farms markets like a Nashua or something like that, or a Manchester. Sometimes they're weekly, they're only for a short time. Okay, and sometimes, like the Nashua is not every weekend, if I recall. But I could be wrong, but to me, it's like,
Nashua is a weekly one.
it is, okay, but it's run by the city,
It's run by the city, right?
okay? It's on public, no, it's not?
No, it is not.
Who's it run by?
Great American Downtown is not the city.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Great American Downtown is a nonprofit organization.
nonprofit group, okay. Which gets blessing from the city to do it.
All
Yeah.
all events held in public space
Must have blessing.
within Nashua get permitted. All. So if you are having taste of downtown, chocolate, it's permitted. Everything in Nashua is permitted. But Nashua has its own health inspector to
have the whole
Wayne's
team.
point. So it's a lot easier. We weren't looking to have, and we weren't necessarily looking to Jeff to this point. We are looking to our deputy health inspector, who does go to Mel's and inspects. So you've got to make it somewhat equitable. If we're going in and we're inspecting facilities like that,
A different ballgame.
well, is it? We don't need to
Well-
inspect places like this, or at least do a walkthrough to make sure that these places, that these vendors have their licenses? Or put it on the market organizer to say, and that's what the application does. The application puts it on the market organizer to say, you are responsible for compliance with the health code and the ensuring that your
Enforcing.
vendors
I would
are.
agree with that.
Yeah, because you're forcing the not the customers, but the market people who are there, as the owner of the group, like Greater Nashua, downtown, they have to enforce those rules onto each party that goes there, okay? And that's what's gonna happen, the owner of that's gonna have to deal with that, because
Right.
the other side of this is it a weekly thing? Is it gonna be this? I look at this as a, parking is gonna be your biggest area unless you get a place in town that you can do it. Okay, because it's a lot of cars coming in and out, and it's not There's a lot of folks that go. You know, like,
I'd like to say, first, thank you.
I just think of Wilson's, they got the parking. I just think about that now.
Wim, thank you for taking your time to read this, and I agree with a lot of your input.
Yeah, I do.
I appreciate it. You did a lot of work here. And I definitely agree with some of your points. This is reading like we're gonna have a weekly, very large farmer's market that's gonna be structured for 6 months out. But what happened if the recreation, when I was the chair of the recreation, we talked about, can we have a farmer's market? And how quickly can you get this set up? You know, where rec is nonprofit, if this is saying all the vendors are nonprofit, I think is how and a lot of vendors are not nonprofit.
No, they're not.
No? I don't think it says anything about that. I think,
So it's
I
just
think we're all right there.
the organizer has to be a nonprofit.
well, see, but the question is,
Doesn't?
no, it shouldn't have to be that way, because not all farmers markets in the state are nonprofit.
Right.
There are several which are for-profit. And it's just because that was easier for them to deal with the local, conditions about what the towns could deal with. Some of them didn't have the benefit of having a large staff to be able to deal with questions like, inspections or vetting of vendors or things like that.
I would agree. We definitely need some kind of farmer's market documented so that if the rec says we want to have a farmer's market, what do we have to do to adhere, to make sure we can have it? But then we also don't want to restrict, I'd hate for this to apply to the Christmas event where they have vendors inside Talent Hall selling their goods, they're just make money on the side.
I'd argue that would have to be the case.
It would have to be the case.
Yeah,
It would have to be
what's
applicable.
sauce for the goose is gravy for the gander.
Yes.
But that's not a farmer's market.
No, but it is a market
It's
in,
a market.
in similar
But
kind
it's
of.
not a farmer's market.
Farmers markets are outside.
Farmers markets are something very special and very different, depending on how they're set up. If
Well,
they're
we're
set
not
up as a farmer's market on town property, it falls under one set of rules. If it's a farmer's market that is set up to fall on a piece of property which is zoned as agricultural, depending on how that happens, it falls under the agricultural and agritainment rules, in which case there's very little that can be said. Because the leeway given to farms in New Hampshire is very large, and I would say that, hopefully that the people who are doing this would be trying to do it in the best way that represents, goodwill towards the town and towards, providing an event which is stable and, beneficial to the town.
I think this is a great start.
Yeah, well, I definitely agree. I like it.
Can use some tweaking, but I mean.
Yeah, just a few tweaks, I think, and we're good to go there.
I think it is a great draft, though. It's a really good start. My only question would be on the very last paragraph
Of the application or
of
the
the
policy?
letter, of the
Sorry.
policy.
Okay. I'll go
It
back.
talks about sales of $35,000 of food excluding potentially hazardous food. I want to know who's making hazardous food, because I'm not buying it.
For profit.
So that's under the Homestead Act. There's an RSA about that.
That's what it says,
About how foods can be done.
Yep.
So now this is something here which may be a little bit of an issue. They're saying that the RSA specifically covers about homesteaded foods. That says that if you're under a total sale volume of $35,000 and you're not making what they call a hazardous food, which is a food that has to be refrigerated or heated before it can be served or something like that. They have a list of, not a complete list, but they say baked goods and goods which are dry goods or which have high vinegar contents, high acid contents in them, so that they would be considered normally safe. Those are allowed. You are also allowed to do homestead foods if you're over $35,000, but then you need a homestead food license from the state. And it's very well laid out in the RSAs about what you need to do.
You've
when.
done your homework, okay? And I just went down and I went into processed foods and stuff like that being sold. And that always has been a concern for these markets. Okay, and there's a number value here that's gonna be monitored. Okay, pre-cooked foods being resold, the gray area. A farmer's market, and maybe it's me. I look at this being selling farmers' produce and plants, whatever. But now you're selling food. Okay, and that's a gray area to me, but that's here or there. It's an agricultural use? No, it's a commercial use. If the land in question does not have allowable use for commercial, zoning wise, and I'm gonna get the zoning stick into this a little bit. Okay? Most farmers raise their own crops. A percentage of their crops are raised and sold on site. Okay? If you're gonna get to a place where everything can be brought there, that's more of a retail commercial zone. The way they do it in Manchester or in cities and stuff like that, it's already in a commercial zone where they do it. It's on a retail strip or a road or highway. I'm sure say highway, you get run over. But down a main street or something like that, or off into an area where the city may own, or the town may own some land that they can have it there, or somebody. But it has to be zoned, zoning-wise, for a commercial use, because it is a commercial use. Because it's not an agricultural use. It's no different than a grocery store.
That's where the
gray area.
agritourism comes into play.
Yeah, I know.
By the RSA, yeah, it's difficult.
It's hard to fit it into place, and that's what I'm thinking about.
No, actually, it's very clear. It says that this is agritainment, and that, so long as, you can set it up.
I have to read it too.
Excuse me?
I'll read it too, I'm trying to read this, it's too small.
Yeah. It is agricultural.
Yep.
And if it's being held on a farm or something like that, which is zoned as agricultural, it really falls more under the agricultural rules than it does under the commercial code. So that's where it becomes an issue. Now, you have an issue to say, like you've brought up a sticking point, which is to say, is it a market at a farm like McQueston's, as an example?
Or Wilson's, whatever.
No. See, this is a problem. If you look at what was sold at Wilson's, I would be willing to bet that most of the stuff that was sold at Wilson's was not actually produced at Wilson's. It was stuff that was resold by them. And so they had to be a commercial entity in order for that to happen. Now, the farm stand owned by the McQuestons, they are maintaining that, the amount of money that they are bringing in for their own product is much, much greater than the stuff that they are reselling. So they are okay to be a farm stand and a farm market, but not a farmer's market, because they are not explicitly trying to bring in additional farmers from the area in order to sell something. This is a very, this is that argue is it being carried because it's held up, or is it held up because it's in the process of being carried? It's there's a very, very fine distinction here.
Because a farmer's market, you have to have 3 farmers other than the person, 2 farmers, other than the person.
In which case, then it becomes a farmer's market, and it falls distinctly under the agricultural laws of the state of New Hampshire.
Although there are other towns that require more.
Absolutely.
It's not a farmer's market until you have 8, but that's local policy. So there's definitely, as long as you don't violate an existing statute, you can put additional policy in there. You just can't violate any.
Right. And I called up the state, and I called up the agricultural folks. I called up the Liquor Commission because they have input on this as well. I also called up the geniuses at the New Hampshire State Extension as well, because they provide a lot of input into the rules and regulations. And I also put in a call to the gentleman who was responsible for writing and rewriting most of the agricultural laws and agritainment laws for the state. And they said that while there are many of these RSAs which are written down, enforcement of them is, in many cases, the nuances are left to the local towns to deal with as they see fit. And even if something is explicitly disallowed by the state has been known to give variances for them. For example, the idea of serving alcohol at a place. As an example, if someone were to try to serve alcohol at a place where alcohol is produced, that's not allowed. Just straight out by law, RSA, that is dead set not allowed. Apparently, though, they have given dispensation for previous farmers markets for that to be done. Fine. I've spoken to the people where they do that kind of stuff, and they say that, serving alcohol at those farmers markets is never a good idea. It always causes more trouble than it's worth. And quite frankly, the people who are selling the alcohol end up making more money if they're not doing the tasting, because, why buy the cow if you'll get the milk for free? So, buy the cow, don't get the milk for free. So that's probably not going to be an issue with anyone around here.
There's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it. We gotta be sure good.
Just one is the scale certifications.
That alone.
That's by state. If you are selling produce or something by scale and the state comes down and asks you for a certification on that scale, you better have it.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, many of the farmers markets here require that as part of if you are selling bulk goods, that you provide the documentation that you have an approved metered scale before you even show up there.
Yeah, the state sends somebody down here to check out your scales all the time. Part of the game.
Yeah.
And, all of those are perfectly reasonable things to do, because you want to protect the customer, and the people, whoever's in charge of the farmer's market wants to make sure that their customers are receiving value for whatever, and that it becomes a sustainable, a sustainable business, and it becomes a sustainable part of the community. It's in nobody's benefit to try to be malfeasant in any way.
So I think having some feedback, having some marked up copies, getting some of this out, because it's only gone to departments within, getting some feedback from everybody, and then, it's a policy. I'd put it to, it's an ordinance, I'd put it to public hearing.
Yeah, the only thing
who has problems.
that I would ask here is that people keep in mind that farmers markets are typically not commercial entities, and kind of casting them in a commercial entity is the wrong way to approach this. This has to be.
I'm going by what the zoning is right now, the way it's written. Okay, like if somebody wanted to put a area in town where they have a bunch of the farmers showing up, any type of farming, goats, milk, whatever you want, okay? Is that a commercial like operation, no different than a retail spot?
Right.
Okay? The way our regulations are written, now the state has laws that look into that, okay? Where the farmers market type stuff. I want to look into all that myself. This is not to say no to this, but I've been involved in cases where we can't do it in certain spots because of certain rules and regulations within those towns. So I'm I'm looking at the big picture. And being a zoning guy, I've had to say no.
So we'll distribute some printed copies.
Yeah.
So that everyone can mark them up.
Yep.
And then.
Back with some questions.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then see if
Mm-hmm.
we can come to some consensus.
One question if I can. as a citizen or?
Sure.
No, you're right there. Just stand up
So
and
when I
speak.
read it, I just want my own clarification.
Well, you're gonna sit out, you're gonna say your
I guess I'm
name,
over
your
here.
address.
Being in 2 Newstead Street. When I read it, I was seeing, and I didn't write down, a site plan review must be filed with the planning board. That was one thing. But then when I looked at the application, it said a site plan must be submitted with the application, and then it looked like they were requesting a sketch. So I wasn't sure.
You're seeing the same thing. A site plan with the application or a site plan to the planning board before you get your approval.
Exactly. So if
I know
you're a
where you're coming
business,
from.
I see going there to the
Yeah.
planning board. But
Yeah.
if you're, but again, the state rules of a farm, I don't know if that's true. So that's what I think we need to look at.
Yeah, so,
State
so for
laws
example,
are trumping.
if you were to try to do this on a town property, it would be perfectly reasonable to say that we should have some sort of a plan of how this is laid out. A sketch is probably good enough. We shouldn't have to get a detailed surveyor's map of the product or something like that. But if it's an area where, where it's, say Wilson's decided they wanted to open a farm stand on their property, they're already a farm, so they shouldn't have to go and, get a new survey done or something like that. If somebody's already a farm, they shouldn't have to do this.
They got their spaces.
See, that's a good catch, because you're right, the policy to the application was not consistent, so I just highlighted that. The sketch that we actually came up with internally was more for police to determine
There's
if
more
a
to it.
detail would be needed because there's a public safety.
And probably to the
That's-
fire department as well, to see that
You
they can
have to-
get in with emergency
That was
response
the
vehicles.
idea.
Pedestrian-
Good catch.
So I don't know if,
Pedestrian right-of-ways, we're in it. Okay, the safety, the width and all that, as police and fire can deal with that. And plus, you gotta deal with also, you're going in and out with your product somehow. You're not gonna have your car parked there sometimes, or your pickup truck. You have to lug it over to a spot, okay? You've gotta consider that type of operation as well.
Yep.
Okay, and then you have to consider, it's all right to have one of these, but you're gonna have to have bathing, not bathing, but bathrooms. All those are part of the whole big picture.
Actually, that is in the policy,
Okay,
that it says
I know,
that
I'm just saying,
sanitary
okay.
facilities should be provided. That's
yeah,
That's
they
perfectly
worked
reasonable.
on it
But
together.
that size of it gets a little complicated, because you deal with your occupancy load per se on a good day or bad day.
Oh, that's easily
Okay.
done. There's
I know.
there's legislation about that, one male, one female, each one capable of supporting up to, or
I have all that
one per,
information.
there's plenty of rules to cover
Yeah,
that.
the rules are covered in the state building codes.
Yeah,
as well.
it's very straightforward, yeah.
Okay.
But back to the site plan. If it's a commercial business, I understand it. If it's a town-owned business, it's up to you. But if it's a farm,
Site plan.
I don't know. If they can have agriculture on their property, that's what.
Well,
the
if it is an agricultural thing, then, I hate to say there's blessed little that can be done, because the leniency given by New Hampshire as a right to farm state and the laws is, there's not much to do, and you would hope that, that the people running the organization or trying to set this would try to, act in best faith with the local community for that.
Hope so.
There's been some, I've heard some stories, others have done things and there's been some problems, like everything else in life. Okay, so I'm not against it, all I'm saying, I wanna go through it. This is the first time I've seen it.
Oh, yeah. Second to last bullet and I'll go away. Not on the application, but on the
Policy?
policy, I guess.
Okay.
Again, I'm trying to read my notes.
Police?
At the second to last bullet, I was reading it like, basically your local laws. I think I'm trying to remember. You would adhere to state, federal, local laws or something. What does it say there?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't, again, I'm bringing it up that there's this state agricultural law, if you're on agricultural land, basically says you don't have to do a lot of the local. I don't want you to null and void what's in here, because if the state agricultural laws take precedent, right? Because you're almost
Maybe.
voting yourself is what I'm saying
It all
here.
depends on other wording. I'm not against it.
No, I
You know
I
what I'm
agree.
saying?
But I just want to make sure you're not voiding anybody out by
No, 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 no,
mistake, that they're adhering to the policy, right?
Right.
So, yes, there's the locals, we have to adhere to that, but there's also state ones that we can adhere to as well that might be contradicting your
why I
local.
like to-
That's all I'm saying, is just look at that.
Kim, we ought to get the state stuff, the law on that one.
Yeah, I've got it all.
Okay. Get a package for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's gonna be half the RSAs of the state, unfortunately.
I'm used to it.
Yeah.
I just did one today.
Mm-hmm.
7 books, 5 laws.
It's a lot,
Yeah.
because there's some that's been
Oh, I know.
almost rewritten according to the UNH.
You got it.
And then the last point I'd like to bring up, I just kind of see that here, that chief of police or code enforcement officer shall be responsible for enforcement of farmers markets, including suspension or revocation of permit. We may wish to put something in place that says, that there should be like a first warning, and then you have to come in and have a meeting about that kind of stuff. But to say that, we shut it down from here on forward for some arbitrary reason becomes problematic.
Yeah, well, the police one you can't, okay?
Yeah,
The police one you can't deal with that. Because that's a separate, that's gonna be a crime or something like that.
Yeah, if there's something like that.
As for maybe a warning, similar to other health things, you go out there and you gotta get something for this, something for that, waste cycles, whatever. Those can be a warning.
Right.
And then get it fixed that day.
Right.
Okay.
And again, we have to be careful about, as Kim was saying, that this is aimed, I guess, more at the organizer of the event rather than the individual vendors. The person who is organizing it, should have, best intention to make sure that one of these kind of events does not occur, that we should not have to have
If there's
someone
no-
from an enforcement agency in the town come out and investigate this.
Most cases are like that, if the organization group of this event are the responsible parties to ensure that what the vendors need, okay, to get through. If it's not there, like on the health side of it, you can go to the vendor and tell him you need to get this and this, and he'll say, I wasn't told. That's the last thing you want to hear, okay? But I'm just saying, you can do it like that, okay?
But I think, so in a way that's out there for protection of the town as well. So if you had, 10 people call the town hall on Monday and say they were at the farmer's market on Sunday and they have food poisoning. They're at the local hospital and have food poisoning. We have to have a way to say you need to suspend until we can figure this out, right? Because you don't know what vendor, you don't know what.
In most cases, you find out the vendor with the hotcakes, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to say, I've had cases like that over my years, where I had one, we had food poisoning coming from an event. It was some New Year's thing, some summer thing they had going on. It was on town land, where we had some vendors serving food, and the people ate it, and they called the next day, because it was a weekend event. Health officers don't hang around there on the weekend to see how things going. But the next day, we get calls, and we have to go out and explore it and find out. And that vendor, we shut him down right away. He's not going back in there until we figure out what caused this.
Yeah,
Because
if there's something like that,
being
clearly
made
that's
at
reasonable.
somebody's home,
Mhm.
most cases, so that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, generally.
I almost wonder if it'd be worth having a small committee made up of some people to try and go through this and get the tweaks out.
There's gonna be a few tweaks.
Well, again, I would be careful to say, that, please view that this is most likely going to be agricultural based rather than a commercial based thing. And the rules are very different. And the rules are not opinion-based. They're very straightforward rules and laws about this, and that needs to be taken into account.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's a,
But
Farmers
again, I'd like
market
to
is
thank
not-
Kim for all the hard work she's done on this.
I think I'm
her desk is full.
it is. I think that if there's a group of people that are interested, we can supply them, what information and documentation we have, and copy of the application and the ordinance, and they can do their own research and submit some
If my input would be, unless we have people that are reasonably knowledgeable about this, just pulling in a smattering of people from across the community might not be in the best interest, because it may, open us to, a little bit of, well, that's not legal, this is not legal, this is what you want. It might be better to, to come up with something and get some people who are knowledgeable about this, maybe discuss it with some people who are running other markets in the area, and run it past them to see what they think, rather than, it's, not to dissuade anybody who would have a strong opinion about this in the community from providing feedback. It's just that there's, there's legal things here involved, and it would probably be better to get people who've been down this road before to provide feedback.
Thanks for your, I think there's two sides to that, and I do agree. We gotta get the outside people who are familiar with to help the committee. Whether they have a meeting with a group or something like that.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Kim, thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. Kim, you want your chair back? Yeah, you've been working on that one, haven't you, Kim?
Huh?
You've been working on this one, haven't you? God bless you.
It's a lot.
It is a lot.
It's a lot.
Let's see, where were we?
And it's only 2 pages. With the application.
Next up, we have our social media policy draft for review.
So, this is just a draft. Although I have spoken to many different towns, we've reviewed many different towns' policies. I've also spoken to internal departments, not all. I will put that out there. I have not shared this with all. I think that we were working on it until 5:30 Friday night as I was running it.
You were here.
Past Selectman Queenan and asking just for her thoughts. So this is not final, which is why I put draft for review. But here's the basis for it. When you have a site that you are posting official business as a town, it is normal and standard policy across many different towns, and I can provide you town after town after town policy, that it is listed that that is the official site of the town, especially when it's Facebook. And the NHMA did a workshop with municipal managers and staff on this. There's been cases where there has been information posted on a Facebook page that's not an official page, but the post started with a official post by a town, meaning that the town posted on another website, another Facebook page, not their own. And individuals got not so nice, let me put it that way, and comments were deleted, and the individuals came after the town to sue for freedom of their First Amendment rights. And it was upheld. So, you have to have a policy to your social media in order to be able to remove posts that become unruly. And the only way the town can have a policy is if the town owns the medium that it's being posted on. Now, that is not to say that a post couldn't be made to the town Facebook page and shared by some other medium to some other site, but it can't be the town. Because the information that's shared by the town should be on an official town website, clearly stated, and clearly stated that there's a policy that has been adopted by the governing body managing this site. And I'm not sure I'm explaining it correctly. The other part of it is anything that is posted, and not just by the town, if you post to another site, and there was, I think, there was one about the metal detecting policy, okay? So there's a post to another site, and there's comments underneath it. That's all subject to right to know. So if the town received a right to know request, we have to capture everything that has been posted under anything that we have started.
Even if you cross-posted to another site?
Yes, it's all subject to 91A.
Yep.
Oh,
definitely.
Quite
Wonder why.
frankly, I was surprised that I wasn't involved in at least the drafting of this document.
Okay.
I was gonna ask if you were.
I was not.
As the IT
And
manager, this should be coming from
Well,
you.
and we tried this back in 2014, and the board got a lot of public input that said, do not do this, you're going to censor people, you don't have the right, people have the right to talk, and different things. The website started in 2000, well, the website's been around for a while, but the website got taken over in 2007, and we developed it to try to get the messaging out to the people. We had the PEG channels, but the viewership was riding off, and you don't see it all the time, so we developed the website. The website since 2007 has taken 5 different iterations trying to improve navigation and get more data up there, and it continues to get better every year. We introduced Facebook into the picture around 2009. That's when the town of Litchfield's Facebook page became active. And since 2009 to current forward, we have 2,100 followers on that page. We said, well, how do we get our messaging out? And I understand what Kim's saying, and we have some guidelines around how we post, because exactly what Kim's saying, trying to drive traffic back to us is really what the goal was. We got permission from the What's Up page, which became the de facto neighborhood page for the whole town, and, friends of Litchfield, residents of Litchfield. That page right now has around 9,000 people on it. Actually, I think it's 7,900. It's almost 8,000 people. We chose to start cross-posting because we needed to get the messaging out what was going on in town. People weren't seeing it on our page, they weren't coming to our town website, they weren't coming to our Facebook page, they weren't following us on Twitter, they weren't even watching the PEG channels, something like that.
Who's we?
What do you mean we?
You're talking about we the town?
The town.
Okay,
I'm talking about
okay.
Yeah, I'm not representing the town here. I'm not representing John Burnell. I'm representing the town. I've
No,
been doing this job
I'm
since
I'm not getting to
2007.
that.
So
I want to know what you mean.
I wasn't involved in this policy. 2014 policy was out there. It's actually right here. I have it. It's pretty similar. So I assume whoever copied the first one probably copied the second one with adding some more flavor into it. Kim brings up a really great point. Well, she believes this stuff all falls on RSA 91A. If it's posted on the internet, it's public no matter what.
Yes.
There is going to be a requirement for the town to actually be able to retrieve that data, we're screwed. Because we're not in control. Well, first off, when we post on Facebook, on our page, I have no control over what Facebook removes or what happens. I have no control over a person who makes a comment, who deletes the comment, right? We don't have those controls. On YouTube, which is where we post all of our media, we turned off commenting for that problem. We didn't want people commenting there because there was no one actually actively watching. It was, it's sort of streamed, no one's there. Yes, you're absolutely right. Some of our cross posts on activities that are happening in town, the metal detector policy was one example of that, which got a lot of reads and a lot of feedback and a lot of commentary, some good, some bad, but it got the message out there and it brought people to the meeting, or at least got the dialogue out there and got people educated. I don't think it's a bad thing. I get it. People do go off the rails, and we have keyboard warriors that like to do things. I think the What's Up team does a pretty good job at moderating those and getting rid of those. On the town side, one of the debates we got in 2014 over this exact same policy was, who's God? Who's going to decide when someone's free speech is going against town policy? We did make this kind of a random statement that said, if someone's attacking a town employee, we're going to kind of mute that. Turn off comments, and we'll hide. We won't delete the post. We'll hide the post. That means we as the moderators can see it, but no one else can see it, right? So we've done that a couple of times, but it's very, very selective when we've done it. I can't even remember the last time we did it. In 2014, they were struggling with the censorship part of it. They didn't want to censor people. They wanted people to have a voice to be able to communicate in that. Again, if we limit to just our Facebook instance, and by the way, I don't know if Kim is even aware, but we have roughly 35 or so plus social media instances that belong to the town that are anchored off of our website or anchored off of our different communities and different committees. Some are committees and committees, like the Rec Commission has their own, 100% has their own Facebook page that the town has no control over whatsoever. Police and fire are anchored off and controlled by the town, but those departments have assigned people that do allow to post and kind of moderate that stuff. But there has been a kind of an unwritten rule that says, look, people have the right to say what they want to say. And they're going to say it, and unless it gets really abusive, we're not going to intercede at all. There's been a lot of dialogue in town about town members should not reply to people's posts and not defend people, don't get into fights. Those are all good statements, but like I know in my practice, and I think Steve, you've seen me do, and I know Jay has seen me do in the past, during like election season, it's always this debate about where things are, and I'm always out there posting up facts. Here's the details. Not getting into debates like someone said, oh, you said you're going to authorize $200,000. No. Here's the YouTube video. Here's the link. No, it was $150,000. Because if it's been stated, it becomes reality.
Yep.
So we're always trying to put the right information out there. And I have a bunch of bots and things that watch for those kind of things and kind of flag them so that we can kind of take care of it. I'm really concerned about, in the policy, how the town administrator is taking control of all activity, justifying this. It's never been that way. It's never needed to have been that way. I will tell you that in the past, I've walked in the town administrator's office in the past and said, hey, this is run-on thing going, have you seen it? Should we do anything about it? Can we post a rebuttal on what they said? And we've made those decisions and put them out there. I suspect that'll continue to work that way, whether there's a policy or no policy. I get concerned, like I said, around not being able to use other medium paths to get the messaging of the town out there. I have tried everything to get people to come back to the town and at least follow the Facebook page, right? It hasn't worked. People do believe the internet lives around the What's Up page. That's the internet to them. I mean, people don't even use that page appropriately. They're posting about their family and stuff on the What's Up page. No, that goes on your own stream, not on the What's Up page, but they use it like it's the internet. It's like the old AOL days. That's the internet to them. That's what they live into. I think there's a lot of good that comes out of what we see on the internet and what we see on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and all that. I would just not like to see us restrict or slow the messaging delivery out, or even put the guardrails that are somewhat are in this document. I am concerned about the statement that we're responsible for everything that gets posted, and I kind of tend to agree with that, but the issue is we have no way of backing it up or archiving it ourselves. If you want that, if you want to do that, we can go scraping off it, and it'll cost some money, and we can give you a nice budget, and it's probably gonna cost you $500,000, get the tools, whatever, it's gonna cost something. We can do that if that's something that's been concerned. But I'm not aware of this town ever having anybody who lives in this town, come to this town and say, we did something wrong on Facebook, we're gonna sue you. I think we're getting afraid of everyone suing us, and I don't know why that is even an issue. In this town, we've done, listening to the issue earlier with Jay about the stuff, the beautification, and him not being able to, he's done a ton of work that cost town nothing, but the town now owns it, right? These fence posts, there's all town liability, it's all town liability, but no one's ever said anything about it before. And Jay said it perfectly before. This town runs on the back of volunteers and people who step up and donate their time in different ways to make Litchfield what Litchfield is. And again, I don't know why we're developing a policy like this that is just going to slow the messaging, constrain it into one location where people may not ever see it. Even, like I said, even though I have found that the cross-posting has got the messaging out there more than just doing it the way we were doing it. And if we stop it, I can't drag people to our stuff. I've gone out there several times to the WhatsApp, hey, like and follow the Litchfield Town Hall page. It bumps it, maybe 100, couple hundred, that's it. No one's gonna do it because they live on the WhatsApp page, and that's where the residents and the friends of Litchfield live today.
I could add to that. There used to be an admin on the WhatsApp page. I'm no longer an admin on the WhatsApp page.
I don't want
just
your
a member. No, I don't wish that upon anybody. It's a lot of work. To John's point, he could post something, repost from the town page, certain information, and say, you can go back here to read it, you can go back here to comment, and nobody does. They just stay on that page.
Right.
Jay does it all the time, the admin team does it all the time, like elections or pictures. Let's stay here, let's post all our information here, but people, they don't. They just kind of, they get into the groove. I do agree we do need a policy just to protect ourselves. Posting on Facebook, cross-posting to other pages, and being concerned that you're going to be responsible for it is impossible, because once you put it on Facebook, it's owned by Facebook, and you won't get it back. Unless Facebook, something on the WhatsApp page too, we're always very careful of. There's always people saying freedom of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. The WhatsApp page is a private page. You have to read and acknowledge the rules to become a member of it. It's not a right. You're granted permission. The admin team does a great job of trying to watch after it, but we still have some people, or they still have some people, that will say, it's my right, I can say what I want. And no, you can't. They allow us a lot of certain things, but you also get to the point where some people just attack people, and you call them, they're trolls is what they've called it.
Keyboard warriors is my thing.
Yeah, and they go out there, they're there for a certain reason, just to cause problems. And
Both is crap.
Go ahead.
And I get that. So it's my responsibility to let you know of liabilities that you have within your town.
Yep.
You can call legal. You can review every other policy within towns. I'm letting you know that this is a liability. So when great, I'm gonna use John as an example, just as an example. John goes out and posts as the town. Later on, John's John, and he's a resident of Litchfield. And he goes out and posts something else, not under the town. Do the residents of Litchfield know that that's John speaking, not the town? Because in official municipal, you should be saying,
Yes.
I am posting as John Brunel. I'm not speaking in my official capacity. Same for every chair of every commission, because you have an official capacity, and then you have the person, the resident,
So we used to have that.
and it gets very complicated, which is why towns got away from towns and commissions and boards posting on business, town business, on other sites. Not to say you can't go post, and not to say you can't share things, a resident could go share something from the town hall. Now, John brings up another point about you not having good readership of the town page. When your post is Board of Selectmen meeting tonight, Town Hall, 7 PM.
Mm-hmm.
What's that draw? Not much, right? Your post has to be, there's something within that selectmen meeting, right, that's going to draw, right? So, public hearing on farmers market policy, or, listen to Twin States, it's something. It's not the meeting itself that's going to draw the people, it's
The content.
It's the content of the meeting, something within the meeting, and probably half of it isn't going to draw a lot.
Well, I think you brought it up. I mean, the public hearing around the metal detecting was a separate post that said, we're gonna have a public hearing, and it got that brought the topics up. You're absolutely right. We publish all of our meeting agendas to announce a meeting, and I've changed the way we do it a little bit, but kind of be more glitzy and have a link back to the agenda. Because that's some place how to get the public notice that there is a meeting coming up. The problem I had with try to pull details out of an upcoming meeting is the meeting agendas are now coming in the day of the meeting is when I'm seeing them, or the Friday before the meeting, with no idea what's the content of that meeting. So I can't develop it myself. One of the arguments one of the things I've always stressed is about any of the departments is, if there's things you want to get out to the people, whether it's register your dogs, do this, do that, let's get it out there. Terry does a great job in her department to start kind of highlighting the dogs are coming up, right? The police department at one point was doing a really good job about, policing and what's going on in the community and all that thing. Same with the fire department. They're ramping up their focus on trying to bring more attention to what the department's doing good in the community. When I publish on the behalf of the town, it comes across as the town, not me. It doesn't say me whatsoever. I publish the town's business. If I interact as a resident or as just a member of the page, I do it on myself. Even when I provide details about what goes on, I put it out as me. I'm a resident, here's the if you didn't see the meeting, here it is, this is where it is. I don't typically respond to things as the town. Now, there's always been this debate about elected officials representing themselves and not the board. It's been an ongoing debate about whether or not an elected official can represent themselves in a difference opinion of a board. There are board members that have done it over the years, and it's caused ruffles in the past, but we've never been able to stop it because there are still individuals and they're elected officials, and the people vote them in and vote them out. They can make their decision based on their feedback. So we've chosen not to intercede with that because of that one issue. I think it's Carrie Douglas, does famously says, I am a budget committee member, but this is my meeting, this is my opinion. Mm-hmm. She doesn't believe when she speaks, she's representing the budget committee, right? But she clearly states she's a resident, and this is my opinion.
Yeah.
So, again, I don't know how you stop that. You can't make a policy to say it stops. People are going to do it. Elected officials have the rights to do whatever they want to do, whether it's in a policy or not. Only the board can sanction them if they do it against the policy, or the voters can vote them out.
But if they're posting on the official site, they are posting as an official.
The official site is controlled and edited and monitored and curated. There's only a few people that can post on behalf of the town of Litchfield. And you happen to be one of them now.
I just got, and I haven't posted.
No, I know.
For the reason of, I'm not sure where it's going.
Right.
So I'm.
Well, you can assume if you
It's
post, it's gonna get cross-posted unless this board makes a decision to shut off the
I
cross-posting.
don't think that's
You're gonna dump your leadership, and you're gonna have more unknown information and bad information getting out there.
That's what I was just gonna say.
That's what
It's
we
a,
did
it's
it
a
for.
double-edged sword. Social media is great for getting information out there because nobody reads newspapers. You don't have newspapers. People don't watch TV anymore. They all watch on demand. I watch YouTube for all the meetings. I don't turn on the 21, 22. So it's a double-edged sword. If we have too much policy in place, nothing's gonna get posted and people aren't gonna get the information.
But if
And
we
it
make
just-
a concentrated effort, if we hand out information to everyone that comes to register their car, if you want any information about what's happening in town, go here's our website, here's our Facebook page,
Doesn't
all
happen.
you can do is put it out there.
Our code red is an example. We pen it out all the time, and the registration counts are low or not always accurate. People forget about it, and it happens one time or not. I don't think that works. If you start doing, if you start doing that, and all of a sudden our fellowship goes up above 22,000 people, let's say it matches what's on WhatsApp, I would say, yeah, let's stop cross-posting. But until it gets there, I don't think we should stop cross-posting.
But they don't have incentive to change.
They're not going to, Kim.
But
They're gonna get the
okay,
news from
You've
somebody.
been speaking for a while, and you got a lot of topics, but we haven't even had a chance to respond to some. If I may, when I was here,
I've been waiting to.
I only came up with two things, content and liability. It came up, not because of the metal detector, which I'm not happy about, and I can be honest, there were 300-400 posts. That was libel. They were going after the town and the school board and members in our society. I don't know why that person's still on, honestly. When I have to go to Chairman Larry and say, do we need a police presence in this room? That should have been stopped, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That was wrong. Somebody is going to get hurt sometime, and it's only a matter of when. So, we had talked, I was just here doing work, I had nothing to do with this, you just asked me my opinion, so I gave it. At an NRPC meeting, the town of Brookline is being sued. Okay? Because people got on social media and said things about workforce housing, which, by the way, is about $109,000 a year, so I don't know why they were insulting people. So, with that said, social media got out of control. They said some disparaging things. The town is being sued because the residents didn't be careful. And when I say liability, I'm talking about something like that. That's going to probably happen at some point.
Yep.
So my concern is liability, that I don't care. One of the discussions would do, you just post the information and you don't accept anything back. So it really is the official of the town government.
Post and turn off
Or allow
comments.
them to talk back. And my recommendation was let them talk back, but again, it's a full-time job. So content, I'm listening this morning to Reddit. Who owns the content? Reddit owns some of the content that the people post to. And did you see that article as well?
No,
So,
that's
people take the information I've read it and put it on their own sites, tear and share, right? Well, Reddit's like, you're not gonna do that anymore, we're not getting revenue, so in protest, they're shutting their sites down. So my question today was, when I came in here, who owns the content?
On
Does the
Facebook?
government own the content, the town?
Facebook owns the content.
No,
It's a
forget
free service we don't
Facebook.
pay
The
for.
content going on to Facebook, who owns it? Because I've seen What's Up
Facebook.
Litchfield post things that weren't correct about the government, and the town's running with it. So that's my concern. So the content is fire department, police department, who posts to that? Who's responsible?
Well, question
I was just
Okay,
laying
is it a
out.
private citizen who owns a company
Private
that we should be putting our stuff to? That's my question. Who owns the Facebook? Who posts to the fire department one?
The fire department has 3 people that are tasked with posting to the fire department page for community type events and highlighting the fire department.
Who posts to the school?
School has nothing to do with
So
us.
but they all have their own. They're responsible for the content, is my point. Who's responsible for the town's content so we know it's getting there accurately? And I will say, and I love Jason, and I love you too, by the way. They do great work for the town. They've always helped me. But I've seen things on social media, on some shows, that are not the correct information. And it's going out there like it's the town information from the town's message. It is not.
But you never, so that's the problem. You're not gonna stop that by what you're suggesting. If we don't post over to WhatsApp, people in the town are gonna make up their own things they believe the
I
town's.
don't think they will.
Yes,
What
they
happened
will.
I
just
do not
happened.
think they
Just-
will.
Right
It
now.
happened just the other day with the incident that occurred. People were like, well, it didn't happen there because
But
that's
maybe
not where
they
the
will
comps were."
learn
It's like,
that the real information's over there. You're not giving them the benefit of the doubt.
We're not
I would
right.
learn
I've
very
been-
quickly.
I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, and
Oh, yeah,
quite
we've-
frankly, people are gonna follow the crowds.
Okay.
And someone's gonna start a conversation, and then it's gonna become reality.
Well, let's do this. Say Brooklyne's getting sued because it's on a private person's Facebook page. Right?
it could happen, but-
It's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going to happen at some point. We haven't hit it yet,
So
but so what,
basically-
so what do we do? If the town's getting sued, it's our information, I get it, right? But if it's getting out there twisted and contorted and it's the wrong information, are we still liable? That's what I'm asking. Who's got the liability?
Well, then at least put a
Disclaimer?
a disclaimer at the top of the page to say
I'm
that
fine
the
with
town
that.
is not, this is not the town site. The
Oh,
town is not responsible for any information that is, I mean, that's the problem, is
There's no, I agree with you. There should be
There's
a
liability.
disclaimer on all the town-owned Facebook pages, like the rec has their own that started a long time ago, and right now Chris and Judy maintain it. All the rec has access only, but there should be something saying, this is a town, blah, blah, the disclaimer and all that kind of stuff. That one doesn't get a lot of attention, but I could see like the police department should have it, the fire department should have it, the town Facebook page should
So
have a
they
disclaimer
all have,
saying
they
this
do
is-
have it.
They do have it?
They all have it. The problem with a governmental page, it's buried under the about section.
Yes.
Unlike a private page where you can pop up this is the rules, there's no mechanism to do that. That's why every content we post there, we have a link going back to the town website to say that it's coming from the town.
John does an awesome job at cross-posting. You always know it's coming from the town, and there's no nonsense involved. It's coming cross-posted directly from the town. So if you click it, it's going back to the town's Facebook page.
Okay.
Okay.
My thoughts on this is a few things. Different commissions in town or boards having separate pages. All boards and commissions should have their pages should be under the town. The town has theirs, and I don't know anything about Facebook or anything. I'm not on it. I don't desire to be on it, but it seems to me that all websites that are associated with the town, rec, conservation, police, fire, whatever, should be under the town.
They are.
Okay, so when you go on the
Almost
town,
there.
you can click.
Almost there.
Well,
Almost there.
they should.
Who's not? Who's not almost there?
Oh, who's not?
The only last one to get migrated over, from a website perspective,
Yeah.
the
Or or
the
what-
Facebook hierarchy is
Yeah.
a little more difficult to tame the way you're talking about. I'll explain in a second. But the rec commission is the last one to get migrated over, and that's just because there's a ton of content we gotta get over and that'll happen potentially by the end
But
of the
we
year.
I worked directly with John at the time to
Create it.
structure it, so we knew we're playing along the same lines, we're staying in the same
So
swim
you
lane.
got your own Facebook page, Rec, right?
So,
The rec, I'm not the rec anymore, but the
Yeah.
rec
I'm not
does,
saying.
yes. Yes.
So
And
the
the only
fa-
people that have access to
I
it
haven't
should
even
have
had
it is the rec.
It should be on the town.
So-
We can move it.
So, Mr. Larry, this is the challenge, right? So, the way Facebook, there's a hierarchy, right? There's no town, it's a page. So we chose a long time ago to develop separate entity pages so they can keep their content directed to them, right? Police doesn't want to see fire content. Fire don't want to see that kind of content. They wanted to, they're focusing on the department. That's what they're trying to do, at least on the department pages.
Yep.
All the pages are owned by, well, they're all owned by the town.
Okay.
And access has been delegated to those moderators of those pages.
But let me ask you this, if I'm on here and I go on the town and I want to say, okay, what's happening with rec? Now I gotta sign off and go onto a rec page. Why can't it all just be,
Correct.
to get to the Facebook page for rec, why can't I be on the town page, click onto it?
You will be able, if you're talking about rec, just
Well,
like
I'm
if you
talking
go.
about any town.
If you go to
Any
the
town
if you go to the
department,
town
so-
web, if you go to the town website,
There's website and Facebook.
yeah, there's two different
Two
things.
separate-
But if
Okay.
you're on the
We're
town,
talking social.
if you're on the town Facebook page, why can't you just click into rec? Why
Because
do
there's
you
no
have to get off?
mechanism on Facebook to do that.
It's an impossibility.
It's just not how.
It doesn't work
Facebook
that
is set
way.
up.
It's an impossibility.
It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Now, if you look
Yeah.
at, one of the things that we've been doing on the town website is that we're, on the bottom of all of our posts, we are putting in the follow, the like, so you get back to our Facebook page and those kind of things. So we are trying to highlight it that way. But, going back, if the concern is about us being sued for some liability of some citizen speaking his own mind, speaking her own mind, I understand that. But we don't have a mechanism today to even archive this stuff. If the post originates from the website, which about 98% of the posts do originate that way, we have the original source, but once it gets on Facebook and gets crossed, and that's the other thing too. The thing about Facebook and Twitter and all those other ones, the whole way this works is that people share it. So when, Steve sees something he likes, he shares it with his wife, and his wife shares it with her, and then it's totally out of control from that perspective. But when they click the details of that content, they go back to where it originates from. But if they all start commenting on, Steve's wife posted on her page, and we're never going to see that because it's that.
And then Facebook's algorithms will say, you may like this because, my wife was looking at a new car. All of a sudden I start getting pop-ups of new cars. Like, I didn't look at a new car. But that's how the algorithms work, because it looks at your browser history. It looks at what you're doing on Facebook. And it makes recommendations,
Yeah, but it's not the only way. But the thing is that we have no mechanism to pull that content. So I guess I was a little shocked by this part of it, and only because of the fact that it's public content no matter what. And I would argue that if you want to find a post that happened last year on Facebook, good luck.
You got it.
Never find it.
Last
It's
week.
gone.
Find it.
Right? It's probably there, and you can. If you dig around hard enough, you'll find it. But it's
That's
going to
not
be almost
fun.
impossible. This is one of the other challenges with. This is one of the other challenges is that one of the things the reason why multiple posts start up on like WhatsApp or even on our own page or when people respond is because it's gone past their feed and no one knows how to use the search to go find it.
Right.
Correct.
And unless it's got a lot of activity, it's down at the bottom of the pile. Again, that's why we cross-post and we post with the source coming back to the website. Now, the website traffic has continued to grow. That's a good thing. The utilization on the website, the utilization on YouTube, we're getting lots of viewerships. The webpage gets a lot of hits off the calendar, obviously, the different agendas, and we kind of make changes. So I think that's going to continue. I get concerned about not sharing our messaging across these other platforms. I get what you're saying. Again, my concern technically was, I don't even know how you're going to do this. How are you going to archive this content so that we could answer to an RSA 91A requirement? Or, the restrictions on the policy, who is going to be the guy to decide that Kevin can't get on Facebook and
I don't want it.
and start talking about something that makes no sense or whatever. Who knows, right? I don't know.
I have a question.
That's one of my bullet
Department heads,
points. That's one of my 3 bullet points I had. The second one is the town versus private. Okay, What's Up is a private page, if I'm not mistaken. Okay,
It's a members
Members
page.
only.
You have to subscribe and be accepted
Okay,
into it. Yes.
But it's private.
It's private.
Yeah,
It's a private page. So I have a problem with the town being on a private page. I don't think it belongs there. I think the town belongs on the town page. And I know you talk about the viewership being down, but
Okay.
I agree with Kim. I think the viewership will eventually come up if we promote it properly and tell the people that we have this website, the town has its Facebook page. I just think the distinction between town and private needs to be kept that way.
I should say the What's Up page is private in the sense where if you want to post something on it, you have to become a member and you have to agree to the rules. But
it's a
but
private
it's
page.
open. It's open, right?
No, it's open.
Is it closed? Nobody can go there and just.
It's a private page.
You have to be a member to see the content.
You have to be a member to see the content
So,
now.
but the town needs to have its own entity, and it's gotta be separate from private. It has to be.
So that-
Liability is a big thing, and.
There's you're talking about generating, hits.
Yep. Or
People aren't
interest.
gonna go to the town's Facebook page. they jump to it through the WhatsApp page or something, a page that they always go to, and then, like when the town elections are coming up, it'll say, town elections, John will post on town page, town elections are gonna be blah, 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 and then cross-post it onto the WhatsApp page, and that's where people are gonna get it. And if there's more details, they'll click on it and they'll jump over. But they're not going to, it's just the human nature, they're not gonna go to the town page to look it up. They'll go to the whatever pops up in front of them, and then.
That's the problem
That's-
with
and then-
the
I
system.
believe that. I don't think I believe that. I go to specific websites that I want information.
But
No,
social
no,
media
specific
is all
Facebook
about
page.
dynamic content. I
Let's
want it
look around.
now, and it has to be refreshed
And that's fine.
because it's all, run by kids.
But I still think the distinction between the town and private has to be maintained. It just has to be. The third point is, and then Kevin, I'm sorry, I'll let you go. Is you were talking about who's gonna be the god. No matter what goes on in this town, everything either comes back to this board or comes back to the town administrator. So I'm thinking that's gotta be the town administrator, because they're the one that's gonna be answering complaints from the people. And if somebody is threatening a lawsuit, it's gonna come to her, it's gonna come to us. So I think she has to be, she absolutely has to be. She is the voice of the town, the single voice of the town. What the hell that was? But,
It's his pen.
Was it my pen? Sorry.
Yeah, I heard clunk.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
it sounded like something, but.
Rattle.
So, yeah, I think, to answer that one, I think we obviously aren't gonna be the one, because there's 5 of us, but this is one that is acting on our behalf. And I think she's gotta be the one. And now, I think you two should be working together to make this work, because you are the IT guy, and this is your background. She has some familiarity, and I don't know, okay. So, but everything's gotta run through her, because she is our, appointed person, point man, and, it's gotta run through her.
So just to interject 1 second, so that's how it's always worked.
Okay.
It's always worked that way, in the sense that the IT department's been running these pages for a long time, or I've been running these pages for a long time, never mind, before I became the IT guy. And as I said earlier, when there's been something of horrific whatever, it's always been a conversation. The boards of the past struggled with who was gonna make the decision to censor or omit or delete and those kind of things, and they chose not to put a policy around it. Again, I don't know what the reason, I was on the board at the time, I went back in my minutes and I couldn't figure it out what the heck, what
Yep.
issue was, but it was debated and debated and debated. But unless the town administrator is gonna stop monitoring those pages to act on those things, I don't know how effectively that will happen. I have a bunch of bots that do a lot of different stuff like that, but,
If it comes,
Well, if you.
but I would never delete anybody anyway, because I don't feel that's the right thing to do anyhow,
But
right?
if you saw something that raised a concern.
Just as I've
go
done in
to
the
Kim.
past.
You
Yeah.
go to Kim, and
Yeah, I've done,
Kim would say, we need to knock this off, or, leave it, and then she's probably gonna tell me, and I'm gonna tell everybody else. But it's gotta, I think that's the proper channels for everything. to
and
do.
that's the way it has always worked in the past. I don't, again, the policy kind of lays it out a little
So this is
differently.
just cleaning
The
it up.
policy actually doesn't even have reference of IT in here, or even the technical department running it. It talks about town administrator, town administrator, town administrator, town administrator.
Yep.
So,
Selectmen's office.
selectman's office, but
Selectmen.
selectman's office and town administrator, in my opinion, are the
Yeah.
same. As I said, Mr. Leary, my biggest concern was, this was developed on a Friday with no consulting with the IT department or with me as a social media person. So it took me off guard when I finally saw it on Saturday afternoon.
Okay.
I was completely surprised.
okay, I agree with
I
you.
would think that there would be a courtesy of having a conversation about it.
And this is just the first bringing of this to the front. I mean, the
Bring it
first
to the
draft,
board.
and it's the first read of it. So I would think that you will be in the loop.
You will.
That you and Kim hopefully can work together and get this to a point where it's gonna benefit the town.
Bob, I had a question about your point.
Which point?
Are you
Which
saying
point? I
that
made 3.
Point number 2, I think it was, about
Private.
going through the town administrator, so
No, it's 3rd.
third, are you saying that every post from every board, commission, or department needs to be verified by the town administrator before it's posted. Good example is this weekend, we did over the past couple of weekends, we did a little movie about the community garden, put that up onto the conservation site. We did one at Moore's Falls. You know,
Pickleball courts.
Pickleball courts are doing this stuff, throwing information out on a regular basis to try to generate interest in all this type of stuff. Now, do we have to go through a whole process?
No.
Just
No.
to-
Department
No.
heads.
That's not what the policy says.
That's not what
No,
it's for.
the
yeah.
department heads
No,
get to
it's not what it
decide.
says.
Yeah, the department heads.
The department heads can decide.
He stated, point number 3, everything has to go through the town administrator.
Problem.
I'm just asking the question.
What's the
Does
zone?
every-
We're talking about
Yeah.
and if something's going to be deleted or pulled down because it's not
Perfect. Sorry, I apologize.
considered appropriate.
So one question for you, Jay. Did you take the Conservation Commission and cross-posted the WhatsApp?
Yes.
So that would not be allowed anymore. So how do you draw attention to the conservation if you do that?
You don't. I mean, you got 100 people on the
That's,
conservation.
this is
Did
my
it-
point.
Did it cross-post to the town site?
I didn't know about it because the conservation runs their own page, but
Same with the rec. The rec runs their
Same
own
with the
page.
rec.
Everything's.
Yeah, we're not pushing anything to the town.
we've always tried to get, I mean, the conservation page came up on its own, the rec commission came up on its own, it didn't come out, it didn't even get born out of the original start.
Yeah.
They did budget committee had one on their own. So they do their own kind of things. I do pick up snippets and cross-post when I find them, but I eventually turn some of the bots off because they got really noisy. But we can do that again. I can turn them back on and get cross-posts up to up to our Facebook page. Some content like that, I don't know if I'd put on the town website, but we certainly could build stories around
I
that.
think it would be
If
nice.
it's official
Honestly, I think it would be nice.
It's a,
So like what you're talking about, the Parker Park and everything else, get it on the town page. Let people go look at it.
I'm not saying no, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's never been offered, it's never been asked to do it.
You could put it on the town page, but it gets a hell of a lot more visibility on the WhatsApp page because there's almost
you're never
8,000
pushing
people
to the
compared to 400.
Yeah, that's the
You're
point.
never
You-
pushing
you're
to the
pushing
town
to
page.
WhatsApp page, but not to the town page.
Yeah, have
See,
what's up, push
because
to the
the-
town
You
page.
can grow it if you push it to the town page too. So why would you not push
Yeah,
it to the town?
push from the,
Push
what's
it to
up to
both.
the
I'm
town
just
page.
saying the people are
If
here,
people are gonna look
not
at
here.
something about the town, they're gonna go to the town page first. They're not gonna go to the WhatsApp.
Well, what they
page.
do, they go to the conservation page. So the conservation Facebook page reposts onto the WhatsApp
Yeah,
page.
but they have 100 viewers. They have 100 viewers, right? If you pushed it to the town and they were going to the town because they don't know this conservation page, they would find.
So post
I
it to
didn't know
the
there was a
town?
conservation page.
And does it go to the WhatsApp also?
Why
I didn't know there was a conservation page.
Why aren't the
I would
boys-
have gone, I would have looked.
I thought everything was under the town.
Good too many groups, too independent here. Gotta bring the committees together.
Because the town, they could push it to.
Which question?
No, but he could push it to the
The,
town
or
page.
the comment about.
Conservation could push it to the town page.
Private, public,
No?
No.
Why?
It's not allowed that way.
everything goes through the town.
The system doesn't allow it, right?
No, I'm just waiting for these guys.
Sorry.
I lost my train of thought. Oh, you said you should be posting that on the town's website,
Yes.
the video.
Yep.
Agree with you.
Yep.
However, the technologies, the mediums are different. Like you can't embed a Facebook video on the town's website. What you would want to do is drive the people to go to the town's Facebook page so that they can see the video, because it's Facebook content.
Yeah.
You know, can you embed Facebook
Yeah,
content
yeah.
in your website?
Yeah, so we do it for the town, we do it for the town side, it's one of the sidebars, but we could go to the conservation page and just embed the Facebook feed for the conservation Facebook page.
Yeah,
in the
okay.
page. So we could do that, yeah. Yeah, we could do it. We do that on the fire department one now, they have their own YouTube channel and their Facebook, and it's fed on their sideline.
Fire department's got a
But then how would
YouTube.
No, we,
you-
Yeah, why can't we do that?
so we can, it doesn't really necessarily
YouTube
solve the
channel.
problem, they're gonna see it on Facebook and not really go
We
back
need to
the
work on
website.
this a little bit more.
I just, one
hold
more
on.
comment, Bob.
Yep.
This is good.
The problem with the What's Up page is that there is no more Hudson Litchfield news anymore, at all.
Yep.
There is no coverage from the Telegraph. I don't even think the Telegraph exists barely.
Only online.
There's no coverage from the Union Leader.
Yep.
So people are getting their town news on the website.
Social media.
And they don't
They
want
still
to pay
can.
for a newspaper.
It comes on Saturday.
But we also need a second public posting area when we have to post public meetings, right?
We always do it on the website.
We do one on the website, and I know planning board was paying a newspaper to do it, right? Now we could go to
do it
the
on the
town,
The town.
the town website,
We
or
can
the
rid of
town
that.
Facebook.
And
Well,
the town website.
We post it on we post it on the town website. It gets posted as a drawer on Facebook and WhatsApp.
Okay, that answers
On
the
the
legal
town
question
Facebook
on that,
page.
because by law, you have to post everything in a newspaper still.
No.
They changed
I think
that.
they changed it recently. It's been recent.
Okay, I'm just curious. The last I heard, it still didn't change.
In the case of the planning board, we do something special, especially when they got public hearings.
Yeah.
We have it as a pop-up on the page so that people actually see it.
Yeah, you do a good job on that.
So, and we do that for most critical meetings, with public hearings, we kind of make it as a pop-up so they actually,
Let's go on to the next
I
one.
saw it, click OK, and they move forward, right?
Okay.
People find it annoying, but it's there.
I would like to go on to the next, I'd like to take this to the next meeting.
Okay, well, Jason had one more question, so we're gonna allow that.
You know, one thing what you could do is if you want to post it to the WhatsApp page just to get visibility, you could post it to that, and
Turn
as
comments
the
off.
poster, you could shut the comments on.
I could do
And
that.
then you could put a link that drives you back to your page.
Yes.
That would be a double-edged sword, because the people that would end up going to your page could start beating the living bejesus out of each other, and there's no moderation.
She can shut it down. Can
Well,
you
there
shut
is,
it down?
there is,
Shut it down.
no,
Not shut down the page, but shut down the
The
comments.
town
coming
administrator
back.
would not have the ability to shut it down. It would have to be
Nope.
requested to be shut down.
So, but-
And yes, there is moderation, and we could shut it off.
Do you
But
mean-
we have never had to, so I don't
When,
think.
when I say shut down, I don't mean take the page down, I just mean letting
This
people
technology
comment
starting to
back.
piss me off.
It would have to be requested to turn it off.
So
Okay.
But she would make the
who
request
could do
by
that?
that
There
to
would
come.
need to be a
You and Kim.
disclaimer.
So
There
Kim would
need
tell
to
me
be
to
a
turn it off.
there's
Turn it
6
off.
people on the
By
WhatsApp
the
page.
I know, it's a
Right
full-time job.
It's
It
a full-time
absolutely
job,
is.
right.
You need to disclaim on the WhatsApp page that it's not a town official page.
I think you had at one point.
You do.
And,
On yours?
They do. I don't do it anymore.
I mean,
It was there at one point.
that's the point. The
Yeah,
point is if it's on the town page, it's an official page,
That's the issue.
moderated by an official policy
Yes.
that's passed by the governing body of the town. People that post there would be in their official capacity. There is nothing to determine if you, Kim, or Bob, or Jason, or Kevin went on Litchfield WhatsApp and you post, you're not delineating between your official capacity and your private. So, we get sued over a development, over a potential development, and everything that has been said by someone who has an official capacity on Litchfield, on what their what's up, is gonna come into question. And if you don't believe me, go out on the NHMA, go to one of their, look at what's happening to Brookline, go out till there's plenty, Attorney Tom Clausen did a whole webinar on this stuff. That's, I mean.
Oh, I
It's our
I
job.
understand it.
I mean,
It's,
well,
Not
it is gonna be my
liability,
problem, cause it's gonna be my legal problem to work
Well,
with legal,
I
but
recommend we take this under advisement for the next meeting, go over what we have. John, thank you.
But this reference guidelines though. I do
No,
have-
no, I
do
think
have
John's
one
good.
question. I do have one question. This whole policy referenced guidelines to be
That's right,
developed.
yeah.
So I don't know what that means. That,
Guidelines that
if
need to be
you look for the
developed.
word guideline, you're gonna see it in there a few times. It says refer to the guidelines, so that has to be.
No, John's not out, John's gonna stay.
Well, there are, I mean, the folks that post on their department pages, and oh, by the way, you have a department page too. It's called Litchfield DPW. We put it out there for the winters.
I don't even know these pages exist. I'm sorry, I
Again,
don't.
They were attempted
So
fails
town
and tries.
business
and
being
tries.
done, I have no idea.
do you know?
It happened before him. It was an attempt to get better coverage on certain issues. It just didn't go anywhere. So there are guidelines on, like, let's use the fire department for an example. again, their whole purpose of that page is to get out, I'm gonna say, feel-good stuff, how busy they are, that kind of stuff, and that's what they do, and they have pretty much a good criteria how they do it. You know, and my other guideline has always been, if you're going to start a story or an event, it should start at the website and then be pushed out to these pages. And that's usually, because again, trying to draw people back to where our home is the website. And again, the website has had 5 revisions over the last 15 years and continues to change, right? To try to bring more and more information and make it more navigationally easier. But there's a lot of data there too, which is another challenge.
That's how the rec is there's a WhatsApp page, and I mean, there's their page, and then there's their website. And it does say, you know, you click here to get to the website, here's the town page, but it's the draw. You get them to here, and then if they're really interested, what else are they working on? What else could I find? You know, and dig down deeper.
That was the whole purpose that's the whole reason why we started the Facebook page, was try to draw our audience to the town website. But believe it or not, people aren't interested in what we're doing on a day-to-day basis in government, right? They are more interested in what's going on in their own lives.
Really?
So.
And this doesn't stop anyone from copying something, right?
Oh, God, no.
Somebody's gonna copy something off the government
Always.
Facebook page.
100%
It's not
happens.
stopping that.
No, it's not
But
stopping
at least it's not coming
And
from
by the way,
the
on
town.
the town
and-
website, we do allow people to subscribe to the town posts themselves, so they will get email notifications of a new post and that kind of thing. I think there's 10, right?
Yeah, we can't
But
stop
people can share off there too, to wherever they want to share to. Again, once it leaves the website, we have no control over it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've had plenty of YouTube videos that have been brought to national TV just for the comedian aspect of it. Again, I don't think it's a good thing, but it happens and it brings visibility to. I mean, we have one YouTube video that's got 1 million hits from one show, and it continues to get hits.
Yep.
All the time.
It was great.
So, but again, it is a good start. I twofold was surprised by it, and then
It's not cut and dry.
yeah, and there's a 2014 policy that's out there that this seems to mirror a little bit. It's a little bit more, I would say it's a little more laid back than this one is. This is a little more tighter, especially when you talk about the RSA, the 91A issues. But there are technical issues in doing what some of the things you want to do. That's all.
Okay.
Not a lot of them. I mean, not big hurdles, but there are hurdles.
Go ahead. No? Oh, all right. Well, I mean, can the two of you kind of get your heads together and come up with something that will work? I mean, because you are the IT guy, so, I mean, but she is our voice. And, I mean, she's the one that we chose to.
You got it.
To do our business for us, so, I mean.
She's the town administrator is your catalyst to get things done. So.
Yes, exactly, yep.
If Kim would like to share this with me, I'm more than happy to highlight and comment on it as we need to.
I think, yes, but I think you should hear from other department heads too.
Okay. There's one sitting right there. There's
He
two.
He just said he didn't want to be on Facebook. I don't know what he's talking about.
I've never been on it. I have no intention on being on it, so you won't find me posting.
I
The only
go
time
up,
you get a
I
Bob
post, and
for
I
a
get
phone
out,
call.
because I know what's gonna happen.
Or text message.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
But I think it's a good start, and again, we'll work to it. So,
Next. Keep on, what's
Litchfield
next?
Energy Committee, the next item
Oh,
for,
jeez.
So
Yep.
we would just like your permission, since the school board has voted that they would like to have a member on the committee, we would like your permission to post this and start to recruit the 4 Litchfield residents or business owners. And what we did add was meetings will be held bi-weekly, evening hours on a night determined by the majority of the committee, because we don't feel we can say that until the committee's actually formed.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep.
Let
See
them
what's
decide.
on it.
Yeah, we have, I think it's Kim and Steve Weber are our people, okay.
On the energy committee now?
Yep, that's who we picked. And, did the school pick one yet, or?
The school did,
Okay.
so,
No, you want more?
Haiti is the backup, Liz is
Oh,
the,
I think you told me that, okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Don't remember.
So, yeah. So what do they need? Just permission to move forward?
Just permission to
Post on
post
the
and
website?
start to recruit for your.
Make a motion, we allow them to post and move forward.
And we'll second that.
We have a motion for Mr. Lynch and a second for Mr. Gannon. Any discussion?
No.
No? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 4-0-0. All right.
Let's see if we can do a couple more like that.
Amendments.
Well, hopefully.
Next up, amendments to hawkers and peddlers application
That should be
ordinance and
next
creation
week.
of internal checklist.
So the police department came forward to me,
Yep.
asking me if the Office of Selectmen would consider taking on this application. So the hawkers and peddlers, there's an application
Yep.
process to it. The police are responsible for the background check. But what has happened is it comes in to the police, they take up the time of the dispatcher while they're filling out the application. The police then have to forward it to the health inspector and forward it to fire and get all the pieces. Administratively, that's a burden on them.
Yep.
When they could just do their
Yep, I
background.
agree with that.
So we went through it, code enforcement, fire, police.
You highlighted a lot.
We did, we highlighted the changes so that you could clearly see them.
Okay.
There is a change to the background, in the ordinance that exists now, it's not what PD is doing. So we felt that that needed to be accurately reflected.
Okay.
They actually go and file the paperwork with the state and get the background check sent back to the PD.
Okay.
It was kind of saying the opposite, that the
The way it was
paperwork was
worded.
being filed here. So that has been confirmed by the police department.
Okay.
We did clean up the application because it was quite cumbersome, and then we developed an internal checklist for the town so that when it comes into Donna, she can clearly mark that she's done all the steps, and then the police department will mark that they've done all the steps.
Comes over and gets signed.
And we make sure that we haven't missed anything, and then ultimately, it always comes back to us anyways, because it has to be scheduled
To be approved, right?
for a meeting with you folks.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
Go. I make
Have
a
a
motion to go.
No.
There is no motion.
I did have a, I
You
have
don't
a, I
need-
have
you don't
one
need a
issue.
motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kim.
So we're not asking for plate number, it doesn't look like. It says on page 4, section C, requirements of the applicant, provide a list of vehicle descriptions, including registration numbers to the department. That's fine, if that's what the police want.
Yeah.
I did see on Facebook, there was some potential cars on streets looming around. It just happened to be the timing of this, I'm not saying it's this at all.
Right.
But they seem to be hovering on the
Must've been
street,
gone
waiting
before
for homeowners to come home. Is that something we want to add in here, that you don't wait on a street? It kind of scared people, right? That's why they were pasting on Facebook, right? Posting on Facebook.
Well,
So I don't know, because what happens is they go up and down the street, 2 aren't home, then they sit there waiting for them to come home, and,
You drive in your driveway and then somebody
Yeah.
starts.
but if we have their plate, or at least the police are satisfied with the registrations and numbers enough to know, if people start calling
So it
in,
is on the application,
the plate number,
the
okay,
plate
good.
number. They have to give out their plate number and a description of
Okay.
the vehicle.
All right. So again, I don't know about this, if they're allowed to wait on the street, I don't know if that's scaring
no
people.
law
Can't,
against that.
how can we prevent that?
I know, I just want to say, that's the timing of the Facebook.
Yeah, it's a public way.
All right, I'm just bringing it up because it was scary to a lot of people.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
100%
And
right.
again, I don't know if they're related, I don't think so, but
Okay. Well, it's a good
if they're
start.
happy, that's fine.
Keep working on that one too. We got a lot of work to do.
No, I'm fine.
There is, yes. Yes, once the board approves it.
So what would the process be? They fill it out, say online, then they come in and they see Donna, and then Donna
Right.
chases it around, checks it with the police department, they do the background check, give it back, go to the building and, the code enforcement, et cetera, et cetera.
We were actually thinking of doing all three at once, so Donna would issue it on one email to the police
Okay.
department, the fire department, and to code enforcement.
Gotcha, take care of it all at once.
Yeah, and just to minimize it a little bit. And if it was an online form, it would come back to Donna.
Yep.
When it was filled out and applied
And then when it's all
for.
completed, it'll come before the board and we approve
Right.
or deny.
Yeah, when she's got a full package, she'll bring it to me.
I'm looking at the application though, on the plate. Does this say who the people are that are gonna be driving around? Or is this just the people filling out the application? I thought last time it looked to me it was filling out the application. Are these the cars that are gonna be going around from door to door?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Now, not to throw a wrench into the works, what if somebody does it, fills this out online, submits it, gets approved, all the yada yada? Kim's talking about plate numbers, they show up in a different vehicle.
Or on a Segway.
Or, yeah, or anything, I mean, you know, they say they're gonna go around in a
You're
Chevy
asking,
pickup truck, and they show up with an unmarked box van, or?
well, here's the issue to that, okay? If you got somebody out there doing that, and somebody has a concern and calls about a car going around, we should have that information that car's going around. If somebody's out there, it's not on the list, that's something that has to be looked into.
Right.
That's the bottom line there. It's the only way to do it.
Maybe.
It's an enforcement action.
I think the statement on the application that they certify that all the information they've provided in this application is true.
Yep.
And they understand that any false statement will be considered sufficient grounds to refuse issuance.
Yep.
So the police,
Yeah,
We
and I
revoke
get
the
that,
license.
I get that, and that's good, but in the meantime,
Nothing you can do.
maybe their vehicle breaks down, they got another vehicle. They should have to come to us with the plate number, the registration number, so maybe that's something that's put in there, that if this is not the vehicle that's gonna be going through somebody's neighborhood,
Yeah.
known to us, you need to inform the town.
okay, so if
Because-
the vehicle information changes
You want that on the form, okay?
on the form?
Or a placard in the windshield or something.
Something, yes, correct, yeah, and visible.
Handicap.
They
visible
do
lighting.
get a permit.
Perfect.
So they get a permit when they come back and it's been approved by the board, they get a permit, which they have to, the permit says they have to have that with them.
And
Should be
make them
displayed.
display it.
Okay.
No different than a handicap
That's the only,
sticker.
that's the only point I have there.
Hate to say that in that way.
Be nice if we could just prohibit it.
I just, when you saw the write-up and what's up, it was a scary
Yep.
looking vehicle.
The world's changing.
So, all right, anything else on this? Anybody? All right, next up, performance reviews.
So it's that time, when evaluations need to be done by department heads. And so going with the board's, past practice, you have authorized, up to a 3%, upon satisfactory
Yes, sir.
performance. So we were asking for your approval to do that again because July 1st is right around the corner. If they, meet requirements, it would be 2.5, and if
you,
they
Jason.
exceed requirements, it would be 3%. We did do an analysis to see, because of course there's $20,000 budgeted within the increases line, and we did an analysis to see if everyone got a 3%, best case. It would be $18,000 including taxes and pension costs, so we felt that,
Underneath the ceiling.
yeah. And that's basically due to some people coming off of the annual review. So,
Now, you weren't here last year, but we added a little ditty to this last year, that if somebody had a review, they weren't happy with their review, they had a right to appeal it to us.
okay. So I looked at Administrator Brown's email. So I think it's best practice, and if employees have an active role in their review process, and, you know, there's data out there that will prove that evaluations that tend to be one way tend to be worth little. So I'm encouraging employees to make comments on their evaluations, and on the evaluation form itself, there is room for that feedback. I also, when we had a leadership meeting, I asked department heads, instead of just filing them all with Karen in HR, if there is an employee who's underneath, I'd like to see them all. I can tell you, in my past role, I had, almost 70 people under me. I read them all. I think it's important. But at very minimum, I'd like to see them if they fall below exceeding.
Yep.
Because I think that's important.
And you
I
brought-
do think, though, if they have an issue, I would never deter them from coming to you folks, ever.
And the other side of this, with your staff meetings, this has come up in conversation already.
Yes.
So this is even better than we had before with other reps, okay? We didn't have that conversation before. So this is better. The employees are more informed.
Yeah, and part of the process, which I think is good.
Yep.
And I have a very open door policy, so I mean, if there are employees that come and talk to me frequently.
I know one.
Carry on. I don't have a problem with it. Does anybody?
Nope, I think it looks good.
I concur.
All right, up next, agreement for MRI, hiring process for new LPs.
We have a limitation of how many things she can get us to.
Hang tight, you're retired, you don't have any place to go. Go ahead, Kim.
So this is the agreement, as we discussed at your last meeting,
Yeah.
to start the process, and the process is outlined in MRI's document here for you to review. We'd like you to approve it at a cost not to exceed $7,500, which is kind of their tier 2 max. It gives you enough room where if you really want them to go to the process of investigating their background or holding additional meetings with their chief panels and bringing you back 3 or 5 candidates, whatever you choose, it gives you enough room to do that. That does not mean you have to. But if we get it approved at that ceiling, it's going to give you a number of options in between. What we would do is we would schedule them to come in and sit and talk to you about the process.
Is $1,000 enough for advertising? You think that's enough?
Yeah.
There's no more print.
I'm just asking, they have to keep going out there. Hey.
And chiefs go
Chiefs
to
have their own
they
little-
go to MRI
Yep.
and they know to look there, and then there's like badge something and this and that. They know all the spots that.
All right, so recruitment.
They have a
that's
collection.
low.
Yeah,
All right, okay.
it's, forget what it is, blue badge or badge or something.
It's got a name tag.
I will make a motion to approve the contract with Municipal Resources Incorporated for the assistant recruitment of the Litchfield Police Chief in an amount not to exceed $7,500.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Gannon.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ms. Queenan. Any further discussion? None? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries 4-0-0.
Next, is just a letter that is, name changing from Troy Brown to me. Doug came to me and said that in the past, the town administrator has gone to this annual meeting of the Southeastern New Hampshire Hazardous Materials Mutual Aid Districts Board of Directors.
Easy for you to say.
She doesn't know.
The understanding, after speaking with Mr. Fisher by email, is the town administrators go and deal with the budget portion, not the hazardous materials. That's the chiefs. So they kind of split us into two rooms, and the town administrators kind of work with the budget portion. But in order, the meeting is Thursday night, and I would go with Chief Nichols, but they need a letter to change the name. So that was that.
I say this is a go. I think they just want a free meal.
I'm not thinking it's gonna be that great.
You want the fish or the chicken?
Yeah, I'll bring you.
So you just need
Yeah,
the chairman
motion.
to sign the letter of the.
I think I did, didn't I?
It was in there, so if you signed it, we're good.
Yes.
Have fun.
So, yeah, have a good time. Report back to us.
Oh, I will bring the budget back to you. And on that note, Karen, under your advisement, Karen and Doug and I are working on the ambulance and the dispatch contracts.
Okay.
Okay.
It's going to be a process.
Yes, it will be.
So,
25% increase.
It will be a downfall.
So next up, we have Town Administrator Report.
So tomorrow morning, which is soon approaching,
Yep.
I'll be in Concord for the symposium. And I put down here, just so that you could see it, my presentation on the compensation study that we did. So I will be there most of the day. On Wednesday, June 21st, from 6 to 8, the Litchfield Fire and Police Department is having an ice cream social out here in front of Town Hall.
Rain or shine?
No, they didn't say rain was going to melt the ice cream. I'm very upset that I won't be able to be there. I'll be at the Municipal Managers Conference, learning all about energy. We already talked about the permanent file, so I'm going to stay away from that. So there has been a lot of conversation about town events and things that right now we don't have the capacity for staff within fire or police to handle. So Mr. French and I were talking, and there is an option for the town to form what they call a CERT team, a community emergency response team. Now, lots of people tend to think of these as it's only an emergency, like it has to be some great, that's not true. There are lots of towns that use these people for events. And as long as they're trained, you get a group of volunteers from your community and they go through training. They could be your flaggers at some of these events. They could be, doing some emergency act or safety activity as deemed by your chiefs. It's a process, and it's state governed, so there's very strict rules about what the team would have to go through, but they become like a certified team of volunteers that you can rely on. And we think it's a way to take some of the capacity issues off of your emergency.
Cruise.
Yeah. So if it's something that you're interested in, we'll explore it more. So I've seen it in communities I've been in. Mike's seen it, done it in communities he's been in. So we could put together a program and bring it forth for you, and then we can see if there's volunteers. I mean, I bet you in this town,
There's
there'd
a
be
lot.
tons of volunteers that would
Yep.
love to get
They'll love to
involved.
come involved, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Great idea.
I think it's a go.
Right. Believe it or not, I am taking vacation July 10th through the 15th.
Nice.
The 10th is a Board of Selectmen meeting. Sorry.
All right,
Um,
we'll make do.
Karen, we'll put Karen in.
Karen's there. She's your assistant.
Make sure she's not going on vacation.
No, we haven't, she's on vacation the week before,
Okay.
so we've worked our vacations
She'll be
around
well
each
rested.
other.
Yeah, it should be, yeah.
Then welfare training, I have Thursday at NHMA. I believe it's only till 2:00, but in order for someone in the town to be licensed to sign the welfare, you have to
Somebody has to
attend,
go
so.
Then you come
Do
home and
the
then you
short
go to your
straw.
6 PM meeting.
Yeah, and then I can go to the 6 PM
There you go.
dinner. There's your May 2023 report of trust funds from your trustee.
Yep.
Everything looks good, just
Beautiful.
accruing interest. There is a notice of a public hearing that we received on the county budget. And, you know, it's June 20th. Not sure if anyone's running to, but I did want to let you know that if the tax rate works out the way we think, and Karen and I looked at it today, and this increase goes through, it's probably 3 to 4 cents on the tax rate right there. It's,
Beautiful, I can still stay
yeah,
home.
it's going up,
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful sense.
so, and it will probably pass.
What did Nashua have? They didn't have CRT. What did they have when,
They had a cert,
is it certain?
Yeah.
Okay.
they had a cert. A big one.
Yeah. I
They
remember
Yeah.
got a big,
it was
good big
always-
group over there.
Yeah, we had one of the biggest in the state. But Mike instituted one at his New Boston.
I think it would be really good, especially with some of the winter issues and we don't have enough police or fire.
Oh, we used them for everything.
Is it a volunteer type thing? Oh, so they don't get paid?
Yeah. No, they don't get paid.
They get a nice vest and maybe a flashing light.
Yeah. So even the people that are, like, when you see a utility
Poll workers.
or somebody out there with the paddle, go, stop, they have to go through a training to take that. So you can put your CERT team through that same training and then use them for
Oh,
things
boy.
like the parade.
I'm surprised the police is gonna give up that detail.
There is a rule with the union that you would have to offer it to your police.
So they have
First.
first right of refusal.
Right.
Right.
Or it could be just one of those situations where it's an emergency and they're busy doing other things. They can't be just sitting in the
Notice
car
you got other
blocking the
towns here
road.
too.
Yeah, I have to say, we're very thankful to
The outside community.
Manchester, Hudson, Londonderry, Nashua for their assistance over the past few days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. You done?
Okay,
I'm done.
is that it?
I'm done.
You're done? Perfect. All right, up next, we have selectmen reports. And we'll start with Mr. Gannon, Heritage.
Nothing to report. It's all quiet.
Ms. Greenan?
I'll give you the slow one tonight.
Yeah?
Well,
Small for you or small for the rest of us?
capital improvement planning.
Yeah.
I reread our meeting minutes. We are still having a meeting on July 3rd, but I will be on vacation. So I was surprised by that. It's in the minutes if you want to go take a look. Planning board, we are not meeting on the next day, July 4th, That has been, there's just no reason to meet. We are meeting on the 20th. We do have a public hearing. It is about the impact fees. I still think it's a little premature. I'm going to bring it up with you tonight, just very quickly. You also spoke to Jay about the town of Wyndham as an example. I'll have you elaborate on that here. I still believe we need a second attempt at a more detailed version of the impact fees. That's my opinion personally. Mr. Mayberry, I guess, is retiring. We all know that. But you said the state of New Hampshire still uses his methodology. So it's, it holds up in court, right? It holds up legally. So I just think what was delivered will not do that. But I like the mathematics, but I think we need more information on it. So we're going to have a board discussion on that because we did pay, not a lot of money, but we did pay money for that first attempt. So having a public hearing might be premature. So I'm asking for some advice here, what you would like to do. Would you like, it's public, but, it's already public information, but
So
what would you like to do?
A couple of my questions were, and, I have yet to get a response from legal, but my concern when she mentions the Wyndham report is I think there's a number of kind of difficulties. So if you, in the impact fee report, in the calculation is a new elementary school, but the new elementary school hasn't been passed by the voters.
Correct.
So how can you start to collect impact fees for a project that hasn't been, and so then
They've
it
been
was,
collecting that for years.
but on the new elementary school, it's the
Yeah.
calculations on the new one.
Yeah, that was always one of the things. New elementary school was.
I don't know.
Alfred was paid off, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was, yeah.
Okay, yeah. There was a school impact fee.
Yep.
It's not for a new school.
elementary school.
It's an impact fee. Okay?
Right, but this one, they used the calculation,
For the middle school, if I recall.
no, the new cost of the elementary school that the school department is,
Thinking about.
right, is using, is their basis for this impact fee.
They can't do that.
And so then they said, well, it's in the SIP plan. And I said, I understand maybe some preliminary is in the SIP plan, but I don't think they've determined a real cost
No,
to it.
have not.
And if we're going by what's in the SIP plan, the SIP plan was never officially
We haven't adopted it.
adopted by you folks.
Correct.
So I just, there's too many kind of
And we were on-
knowns there for.
I give the CIP people a lot of credit for doing what they do, but that being said, the departments are doing whatever they want. I mean, when the CIP came out, the two items that were on and I've said this before, the number one items was a fire truck and whatever they were gonna do with elementary school. But the school threw the LMS project ahead of everything. They jumped it in there. And, it was hurried, it was rushed, and.
Over budget.
And, that's why we're in the fiasco we're in, that we've been in for the last 3 years. But the CIP is, and as I said to Mrs. Harrison, who's the school board, when she came to a meeting I was at, that basically rendered CIP plan useless.
And they're not following the master plan.
Because you're not following
The master
what was the set process for each individual item that was needed. So a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into it, but when you just disregard it for your own, to get your own agenda items pushed through, it renders it useless. And that's my opinion.
So that's what we were talking about. I think we're saying that the new methodology allows certain vehicles to be put on it. I'm not talking about highway because they're more expensive, but I'm saying for other departments where that maybe should come out of their budget. The library is in its own situation because it came up that maybe what they were asking for operating costs for new rugs and alarm systems, the town hall would have to come out of their own budget. It wouldn't be a capital improvement kind of thing. So that was still being, but they're in a tight spot, so we understand about the library. But, so what we're seeing is we're not, I am not agreeing with what can and can't be put on the SIP plan, number one. Wyndham, I think, were they sued because the new people coming in were paying for everything that hadn't been developed yet, right? That was discrimination. That's what they said the lawsuit was, right?
That's how it works.
I think, I mean, unless I'm misspoken, but I think that they said, this is discriminatory, we're paying for things that aren't here. We're paying for all the new items in town, so
Right.
that's why I just don't know if we're really ready for this. I don't know if we're ready what goes on the SIP. There's really not a lot on the SIP, other than what the department heads say that are come in, that follow, right? But I'm talking about the bigger ticket items, the multi-million, dollar items. And it drives everything because the impact fees, right? We have to come to some conclusion because, obviously our impact fees are in trouble. They're understated.
If they're putting a school, I'd like a salt shed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wish list.
But you brought up the list if it has even passed a warrant or had conversations. So again, we're in this legal limbo. I think it's premature to put it out there. I think we need another look. And I think we have to probably come up with some money to look or keep what the state's doing.
And I thought we were gonna have a working meeting, the board was Mr. Croto and Mr. Stone of the CIP?
Mm-hmm.
We were supposed to have a working meeting and come up with how we wanna rate things as to what order they were gonna be presented to the town, because you can't just throw all these items at the town at once. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think
the
we're not even
police
at that stage.
station is
Yeah.
in there,
Yeah.
Yep.
and you're working off of a study
Old.
that's how old now?
That's an old one.
I mean, I can tell
Numbers
you,
are-
you're not,
You're not collecting anything for it right now.
and you're not building
four.
a police station for that amount of money with the rise in costs of building materials, so.
So we need numbers to the SIP plan.
Yep.
We don't have the right numbers, and maybe we don't have authority with,
I think you gotta
The
go back
school.
and research this. Big time.
I do too, and I get it. I mean, I read, the Mayberry, it's 1999, the document that he did for the state on how to,
Use it.
and it's like 100 pages,
Mhm.
and it'll make your head spin, and I'm an accountant, and still by page 50, I was like, okay, what did he say? I mean, it's crazy.
but the
crazy
state
calculation.
uses it. If the state is
State
using
uses
it, the state's not changing. I'm not saying they shouldn't or should, but yeah, and me getting a 20-page document, I'm going, we're
And
missing some things here.
We don't want to collect fees that we're just gonna give back.
Isn't that showing for you, Kim?
And I need to, and again, lawyers have to point to this. What does it mean? We were disagreeing on what is a capital improvement. And I think we shouldn't be having that discussion. That methodology in that discussion should be clear, and it's not.
Right.
At least to me,
Right.
and
No,
you're in the room as well, so.
How do some towns fall into it? Like Bedford uses it. And you know what I mean? I know that their process is, how do they get into it that they're using it where we're having a hard time, getting into it? I understand, like Rob said, a huge amount of money to get to where everybody wants to be. But how do you get into it where you're using it daily? I know Bedford's using it.
Yeah, they use
Correct
it.
me if I'm
For
wrong.
some.
Go ahead.
So if you look at the chart, because we got a chart of towns and who passed what, Litchfield's one of the only towns that are using it for schools, DPW, police,
Yep.
fire,
That's it.
There are a number of towns that use it for just one piece.
We've
and
got to
only
spread
collect
out.
impact fees on, schools.
And that was there to cut back on the tax, try to get the money out of the developers at the time that knew, because housing was bigger. Now housing is slowing down in a sense, the single-family homes. You're not getting a lot out of multi, okay? But that's what's happening right now. We have no commercial base, no industrial base to speak of, so we're not gonna get a large impact fee. And that's what I've noticed when I used to do the impact fees here, I go, what the heck? Okay? You got some good years, but then you got bad years. I know in the 80s, in Londonderry, we had years where we issued 265 building permits a year for homes. Doesn't include the commercial or the air base or anything like that, the malls we had. Okay? But we didn't have an impact fee process, but a lot of that was based off that. Then they saw how many homes you're getting, but then your homes drop down, so you're not getting that sum into the package. Okay, it's all about economics of the whole thing, and what you want in your community.
But from hearing somebody from the budget committee, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not on the
Well,
budget
yeah.
committee, I think our way our impact fees are now, they're being collected for still the high school, not for a new school. There was something
Yeah.
like that going
Yeah,
on, right?
I've heard about
So
that.
they're saying we can't raise money for
Get it?
elementary or middle.
All three schools have their own impact fee.
But am I hearing that it's
They
going
do.
mostly to the high school though, which they don't need it?
No.
They needed, isn't that what was said at the meeting?
No, they had talked about lumping it all into one pot, separating.
That was
Wanted it.
that was
Yeah.
separate, yeah, that's a
it's
separate
just-
conversation.
You know what, that's just wrong.
I thought I heard this at the last meeting.
Yeah, they wanted it long.
Because then
Yeah.
all the other schools, like the elementary school and the high school, realistically, that pot's could be robbed to pay for
Yeah.
what's going on at the middle school.
Yeah, I've heard that discussion before. At the last SIP meeting, I was told that this was the reason it was
Yep.
needed to hurry up with the impact fees because the impact fee money is not going towards elementary. So either way, they need it, we need a change on impact fees. I think we're stuck, but I think a public hearing at this point,
You're gonna have
it's
to.
not great. What are we voting?
It's not-
So,
not until you
so
get
I
it worked out.
would like some feedback from the board before I go on the 20th
I don't think it's ready.
100%.
to halt it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You gotta do it.
Okay, I agree.
I can't make a decision in a vacuum, right? Okay.
I agree, definitely.
But we have
I heard
to, is
it.
this a priority for the town? We have to, but we have to do something else. We can't just say not. We have to decide to keep going with
What other
this project.
source of income we're gonna go after?
No, but I'm saying as a board, we have to prioritize.
Correct.
This is a high priority, obviously, so, all right, we need that conversation. The only other thing about the SIP was bylaws were looked at, and so we'll worry about that later, and the threshold was still open.
We
All
got
right,
5 more minutes.
my last thing is, and the planning board is still working on some warrant articles coming up for more home businesses. NRPC quarterly meeting is this Wednesday, June 20th, 7 PM at 30 Temple Street in Nashua.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Mr. Weber's not with us tonight, so we don't have a rec commission report. Mr. Lynch, conservation.
Conservation, we met last week, and we had a meeting on some land uses or land. That's about all I can say. Because it was a type of meeting that was not really open, we talked about some other stuff, but we talked more about land. And you got me on emergency management team, haven't met. We're backed up.
Budget committee meets a week from Thursday. However, they are touring town facilities tomorrow night and Wednesday night. Unfortunately, I have prior commitments, I won't be able to make it. So, but I know the
They
building.
cleaned up so nice for you.
Did you? Well, looks like you trimmed your beard.
It's a summer beard.
Yeah, it's a championship beard, right?
Yeah.
All right, so.
Okay, yeah.
So that's it from budget. It's light season, we won't pick up again till August, really, the important stuff. So, and that should conduct everything for this meeting, but we have a non-public session. Non-public?
No,
Oh, you
only if
don't,
you
so
need
that's
it, and
all.
I don't need it. Maybe?
We're good.
Yeah, only if you need it.
We don't need it.
We don't need it.
We don't need it, okay, so we're not going into non-public?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, then take it down.
I'll make,
You're
I'll make-
confusing me.
I'm sorry.
All right, so that will conclude this meeting. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to add?
not this time.
I do. Do we
Yep,
do
yep,
anything
you're
with the
done.
economic development? Do we have to send that memo out again? For the planning
We
board,
do,
we're doing an economic
because
development committee?
We
Are you
do-
getting response back?
I haven't gotten, the only response that I have gotten is from zoning. So, we need, I will send it back out and ask everyone to,
I'm zoning only? That's odd.
Two things, and I'll be real quick with them. Yesterday, we had the ceremony for the new fire engine, the christening of it, if you will. They call it the wash or whatever.
Push-in.
And, and then they push it back in, yep.
Yeah, my
And It was
butt.
really nice, there was quite a few people there. It was really nice. And it's good to see people come out and support the fire
Put it in
department.
reverse and backed up.
And the other thing was the incident on Friday, where we had a incident in town, that a lot of people have come forward and said that when things like this happen, we should do the code red through the town, just to let everyone know that something
Okay.
has gone on. I mean, I contacted somebody that I knew lived in the area where everyone was convening and told him he might want to lock the doors and keep his kids inside, so. But I think it would be a good idea to notify the people that something's going on, and there was a lot on Facebook on
Yeah.
this.
Was there?
I agree, but when that situation was unfolding so quickly,
Yep.
how could they?
They have no really data to send out right away.
I have to say, I mean, I knew about it after, like, when I texted you was the first I knew about it. I mean, Mike got to me as soon as he could.
Yep.
But
But
you're
by
right,
then
it
it would've-
was unfolding.
Yep.
was
I
ongoing.
think Kim was actually with me and we saw the cruisers zip out, and it was a while before I could get any information, because they were busy.
Yep.
They had something to do.
Rightfully so, right. But I have to give the department credit, they've done a wonderful job.
Yep, I think they did a
I
great job.
do agree with
the
your
other
point,
day.
though, in that
We
situation
got
where
3
they
out of
were.
5, that's a
But
good,
how do you?
it's a good catch.
If we had more people on the force, maybe we could have probably handled it, but
And
it was scrambling.
you know, they did issue a press release, it was on WMUR on
Yep.
Saturday.
Yep.
But hats off to them. It's been a really tough weekend.
Yep.
I have one more item.
Yep.
When you were talking about the Energy Commission, and I could have been reading my notes and missed it, but you're gonna post the application. How are people gonna know that that's available? We needed 4 public citizens, right? 4 citizens.
Right.
So, maybe you said it. Are they supposed to come into the town hall? Are they supposed to go on the
No,
website?
will get it online. I have to say, the list of everything is going to wait until Wednesday
Oh,
morning.
yeah.
'Cause I
But just so
have
the
to be
public
in
knows,
Concord.
if they're interested, how they go
Early
about
But
it.
tomorrow?
Yeah, early tomorrow.
So it'll
I
be-
just stay up at this point, but
So on the website, they'll look for the website.
Drive up there.
They're gonna look on the
we're
website
gonna look on the website.
for the application.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I'll send it to John.
All you have to do is just drive up there for night. Park there.
Sleep in the parking lot?
Okay.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I have a motion from Mr. Lynch,
Second?
second from Mr. Gannon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 400. Motion is adjourned at 10:59 PM. Everyone at home, if you've run out of popcorn, but you're still watching, have a wonderful night, be safe.
I think we should have a policy where we.